30 years ago, a family in King George, Virginia harvested a walnut tree, had it milled, and stored it in the top of a horse barn. This is Tree to Table, where I'm going to show you in this film the entire process of turning that walnut tree into an heirloom piece of furniture that will last in that family for generations. We're going out to a farm out in King George County, Virginia, and we are going to be picking up a bunch of lumber that was harvested on this property years ago and stashed in the top of a horse barn. And now the son of the owners of the property is wishing to have a farm-style dining room table produced out of the wood that was harvested off the property that he grew up on. We're going out here today to meet with his mother and one of their farm hands and pick up a whole bunch of rustic old walnut to make a really cool table out of that will ultimately be shipped to California, which is where the son lives now. Isn't that just a neat old barn? That's pretty cool if you ask me. And we'll back up in there. And... Hello, Joyce. How are you?
I'm better. I can get a decent night's sleep. My back doesn't.
Ah, yes. Just as I remember it. Okay, this is the pile of walnut that we're going to extract. And there's the truck. So let's, I'm thinking we, probably bring it over here and just slide it down there. All right, so here we are in the top of the horse barn. My buddy JJ here is going to help us get all this cool walnut that was harvested here again, like I said, on the property about 30 years ago and placed up here. We're going to pull it all out of that pile and get it over here next to the ledge here, and then we'll drop it down through the loft opening here and get it in the back of the truck and take it out to the shop and get it processed. So here we go. We're going to try to uncover this stuff, and we are certainly going to hope we don't run into any snakes, because if we do, you're going to see a grown man squeal like a pig and run. That's a pretty. Let's go this way and set it up on this side over here.
Yes, sir.
We'll just stack them there. We'll get some of the stuff off of them and. Neat old barn.
Yeah, it is. That's some nice lumber, ain't it?
That's some real nice lumber. Yeah, some nice pieces in there.
You don't think it's too dry, do you?
Nah, no, it's not too dry, and it doesn't look to be bug eaten or anything, so that's a good thing. A lot of times when you get old stock like this, it's been around for a while, sometimes bugs will get into it and mess it up, and you don't want that. Looks to be about 3/4 of an inch thick. Let's see what this one's gonna look like. There'll be a lot of piecing stuff together to get some out of this. I'm seeing some thicker stuff down below there.
Little mouse nest.
Yeah, a little mouse nest. We'll leave him and the family here. As you may be able to hear, a bunch of chickens downstairs doing their chicken family thing. Yeah.
Pretty stuff.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of that, but that's to be expected. Well, the good thing about it is it was covered here in the barn, so yep. Yeah. You only get some pieces and parts out of there. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of live edge on this. It was not a it was not a big diameter tree in its day, but
It's only half of the tree.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
So it's really good. It's not green enough.
Yeah, and it feels dry. Now let's see what this is all about. That is a big chunk. That's perfect because the legs that we want to make are in the neighborhood of 4x4, and that's going to get pretty close to it. So that'll end up being legs. Let's set this one down there on the edge, Shay, and we'll make that our first one that we take down.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, we're good. We're good. I'm just getting it up here and getting it close.
Let me get down there now.
Yeah, you can be up here, or I'll get down there.
Oh yeah,
Let's do that. I'll go down there and
I
go
got
on
it
the
from
truck.
right
You
here.
got it? You good there? Folks, this is not something you see every day when you go out doing some woodwork. An old sile like this. That's pretty cool. That's a
Comes with 3 hornets on it.
yeah, mud daubers or something on it, but that's pretty cool. Imagine the life that could tell you about if it could tell you about its life. So we've got all of our live edge walnut set up next to the edge of the loft. JJ is going to hand it down to me when I get it down here, and we'll throw it in the back of the truck. So far, so good. No snakes. No snakes at all, which is real good.
What about that wood collection up there?
There's a collection of wood up there. She's got some beams up there that she claims are from 1790. Hand-hewn hemlock and some oak, some pretty really neat stuff. So we might look at seeing if there's something we can do with some of that as well. So we're going to load this up. Let's see how this is going to go here.
That's a nice piece.
That's an incredible piece of walnut. Okay, let's just take it.
Yeah.
Let's just take it straight down like this. Bring the weight down to the ground.
Gotcha.
And then I can just take it like this, bring it down. There we go. A nice 4-inch thick piece of heavy duty walnut that's probably 10 feet long. Does that look like table legs to you? It sure does to me. Solid table legs right there for our farm style table that we're looking to make. That is perfection right there. Wheaties, man, Wheaties.
And I'm like, what? How?
Wheaties when I was young, and I've had to give them up because I saw what they did to Bruce Jenner. You'd have to be my age group to understand that, I guess. But very cool. Yeah, this stuff is. We'll get some pretty good yield out of that. This is going to be an amazing transformation.
That could be like a center section, right?
Yep, that'll be the center section of a tabletop. This worked out perfect. Absolutely perfect. Last one coming in. There we go. Walnut is on board. Everything that they had in the top of the barn has migrated to the back of the truck now. Ready to head back to the shop. Start the process of sorting it, marking it up, cleaning it up. We're good. We have just completed loading the natural live edge air dried walnut out of the top of the horse barn, got it in the back of the truck here. Found some really nice pieces, a lot of live edge, all of it's live edge, and it wasn't a particularly large tree obviously, but the one really good find is there's a piece in there that's about probably at least 10 feet long, and it's 4 inches thick and in the neighborhood of probably 10 to 12 inches in width for the majority of it, which is going to be real helpful because the legs for this table we want to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3.5 to 4 inches square, and they'll be about 28 inches long. So that single piece is enough to comprise all of the legs and put all those together. So that's real good. Most of the rest of it is in the neighborhood of 4/4 to maybe 6/4, so it's 1 inch to 1.5 inches thick. And we'll clean all that up. That'll make all of our aprons, and we're going to make drawers. There are going to be 2 drawers on each side of the table. Table's going to be about 64 inches long, so it's not going to be a particularly large table, but we're going to put drawers under that so it can be accessed from both sides to put, placemats in, silverware, flatware in, and all this. There's going to be enough there to make a pretty nice tabletop out of, and enough to make the aprons, the drawers, and all that. So it should be enough to make a pretty nice table out of, and with any luck at all, we'll have a little left over that we might be able to make some kind of a live edge accent table to send along with it. No guarantees on that one, but it's a good find. It's fortunate that it was in a barn, protected from elements, so it's had an opportunity to dry real well, so it's pretty lightweight. And the good thing that I did not notice about it was bug holes. So I didn't see any bug holes anywhere in it, so bugs hadn't gotten to it. And fortunately with walnut, if they do get to it, they normally go for the sapwood on the edge, and you take that off anyway. But no bug holes, long enough, thick enough, quantity enough to where we're going to make a pretty cool table out of some lumber that's been sitting in that barn for about 30 years. Came off of the family property. The son, who lives in California, is the one who's going to be the recipient of this nice piece of furniture once we get it all done. And got to meet with Mother again and their farmhand. He helped us get it out of there, and just a cool rustic old barn. Neat place to keep stuff, and they keep their horses in there. You'll hear in the background they got some chickens in there and some guinea hens hanging out. And it's going to be a good project. We're going to be able to see this one completely through from beginning to end. The only thing we did not see was literally the tree standing up while it was still growing, and we didn't get to see that particular tree harvested and milled into lumber. But from that milling process on, we'll experience this tree all the way through to its final destination, which is going to be a beautiful heirloom piece of furniture made out of wood off of the family farm. Going to be for good projects. So the next time we come back, you'll see us marking it up and starting to cut it up and mill it down, determine what pieces are going to be made from what parts of this lumber. And then over the course of the next month or two, it's going to turn into a family heirloom piece of furniture. So if you're relatively new to woodworking and you haven't really developed an eye for what things can look like in the rough, believe it or not, this is going to be a set of 4 beautiful walnut dining room table legs. Today I'm going to show you how to get into all this excess material and take those legs out of this. One thing I want to do is I want our legs to be in the rough. I want them to be about 34 inches long, and I want them to be about 3 inches square, which is what they call 12/4 by 12/4. In the woodworking world, lumber is always referred to by the 1/4 inch of thickness, 1/4 of an inch. So if I had 4 of those, what have I got? I've got a 1 inch thick board. Well, let's say I've got 8 quarters of that inch. What does that equal? Well, now I've got a 2 inch board. The legs we're getting ready to make for our walnut table are 12 quarters thick. So that's going to equal 3-inch thick legs. So our 3 inches by 3 inches is what our table is going to be referred to as. So if I'm going to my lumber yard and I walk in there and say, hey guys, I need some cherry boards that are going to come back and say, okay, you need 8/4 thick lumber. Well, what happens if I want a piece of wood that's 1.5 inches thick? 6/4. So it's always referred to by that 1/4 of an inch of thickness. So if I'm buying 1-inch thick boards that are 8 foot long and 6 inches wide, I've got 4/4 lumber that's 8 foot by 4 by 6 inches. So I've got 4 board feet of lumber ultimately. So 1/4 inch is the important thing. So don't be afraid of that when you hear somebody at the lumber yard talking about 1/4 inch thick lumber. That's all it means. It's just sold by the rough thickness of the wood in 1/4 of an inch. So now that we understand the thickness dimension of our lumber in 1/4, I want this to be 12/4 thick. And what I'm looking at here, and I can see from the end, is the center of this tree is actually right there. That's the dead center of the tree. That's called the pith, P-I-T-H. So we want to avoid that. That's the most vulnerable section of a piece of wood, is that pith. We don't want that. So we want to come over here and come around that to get our 3 inches out. We're not going to take that section. You'll see here we've got a big check in this board. It's just a check. It's just where when the tree was alive, it dried and it split apart at that check. So we're going to take that out of the equation. Same thing with our other end down there. And I can see that that pith runs right through there. I kind of see that crack. So we're going to want to come over here to get to our piece. And like I said, we want that to be about 34 inches long ultimately. So we're going to make it 36. And we're going to take that pith out of there. We want it to be about 3 inches wide. We're going to start somewhere in here and give us an idea what 3 inches looks like. About there and there. So we're going to come beside those. We're going to start out roughing it in at about 4 inches. And one of the things you'll see here that we want to avoid as well is this sapwood, the lighter white color stuff, that's got some bug holes in it. The bugs got into this somewhere along the line, and they typically like to eat the softer, more damp wood in the tree, so they'll eat into the sapwood here. They don't generally, with walnut and a lot of others, get into the heartwood and all, so we're pretty good there. So we can get this section out of there. We can probably pull another 4-inch piece out of here pretty easy by getting rid of some of that. So that's going to be the basic outline of our 2 pieces there, our piece there. So that's going to give us 2 legs. We're going to come down here. We'll end at the same spot here because we want to avoid all this. That's not something we want to use. We're going to come into here. Let me step over here and grab a straight edge quick. That'll make this a little easier to do.
While you do that, Tim, I have a beginner question for you.
Okay.
Is it because you have so much material available, or because there's something you know that a beginner might not know, that you wouldn't just use the wood on either side of the check? Like, why cut this? Is it because you have so much other good
well, and there's great question. Why are we not using this section down here? One, there's a check on the bottom I can see that comes all the way over there, so it's not wide enough on this side to get much out of. And on this side over here, just because of that check there, I don't want to use that, and there seems to be a bit of a knot right there that we want to try to get it around. So all I'm looking to do is we've got the material here. I'm looking for the prime spots out of it and looking for the best of the material in this piece. So I'm going to mark this one off.
Because you're not just looking for material, you're looking for select.
I'm looking for the best pieces of this that I can see. So that's going to give us a piece there. And we can cut this edge along here to avoid some of the bug damage. And that's 36, so that'll give us plenty. And we've got 6 there, so we should be able to get around the pith of the tree and get into some of the better material with this. So probably the first thing that we're going to really do with this is I'm going to cut it across this way. And then we'll come up in here and we'll cut this off somewhere up in here. And then hope we can get to the dimensions that we need by coming down into here. making those cuts. So with that, the first thing we're going to do is figure out how to cut this. Probably right there.
On this raw lumber, are you just using chalk for your marker?
I'm just using chalk for my marker because I'm not even in the ballpark of where it's going to end up. We're just getting close. Let's see what the other side of this looks like. If there's any cracks or checks on the other side. Yeah, that side actually looks a little better even. A little less stuff. There's a little bit of a pith section right in here that we'll have to get around. But we can do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get our length dimensions squared away.
So it's a good tip to remember that all wood has two sides.
It generally comes that way when they cut it into pieces. So let's take, what's going to be our best shot to cut that in half? We'll grab our track saw and be able to get through most of that. I don't think we'll get all the way through because of the thickness, but we can finish it off with a handsaw. So let's take a pause here so I can get my track saw set up, and we'll cut down through this a number of times and get rid of some of that waste on the ends. Here we are. We're set up to cut our long piece of walnut in half. Fortunately, I was able to acquire a track saw recently, so that's what I'm going to use. If you don't have that, take a 2x4 and clamp a 2x4 or screw a 2x4 into your piece and run your regular circular saw up against the 2x4. If that doesn't work for you, get out a handsaw and let her eat with a good old everyday handsaw. That'll get the job done too. The thing that's important is you can only take a light pass. It's going to take multiple passes to get through this. Fortunately, this will go pretty close to 3 inches, and our piece is pretty close to 3 inches thick, so we're probably going to be able to get through it most of the way with the track saw. If not, we'll finish it up with a regular handsaw. I'm going to turn on my dust collector on this. We're just going to make multiple light passes through this. I'm going to hold the track in place. It's got rubber feet on it that'll keep it pretty tight to the deck and all. So we're going to go ahead and cut through this a little bit. Let me turn our dust collector on. On and full blast. Don't forget these, like I almost did. Protect your ears because this can get pretty loud as well. I like to pull my cord up over my shoulder so I know where it's going to be, so it's not going to get in the way of anything. Hold my track down, fire this up. That's our first pass. Set our blade a little deeper. And make our second pass. And I'm not looking for perfection in my cut here. I'm just looking to get it in the ballpark. And it's staying lined up there pretty well. We're almost here. I think one more pass will get it. We'll definitely finish it off the old-fashioned way with a handsaw. Okay, that's as deep as we can get with a track saw. Let's turn this off. Did we get all the way through it? Not quite, but boy, it's going to be awful close. Can't quite feel it through there, so we probably got not even 1/4 of an inch yet. So we'll just come over here to our handsaw. Finish it with that. And this is why we like power tools. Right, there we go. Put our saw down. Let's look at the end of that. Boy, isn't that pretty. Look at the end of that. And again, right here, we have the dead center of the tree. That pith right there. So we're going to make our cuts somewhere out in here. Somewhere out in here. To try to avoid that. We'll do the same thing on this side. We're not interested in that pith part of it. We want to be right about in there. That still gives us enough dimension across there to get our 3 inches out of it. Oh yeah, we can get what we need out of there. So that's going to work out good. That's going to turn out real good. So that's going to make that a whole lot easier to handle. I think what we'll do is we'll take these aside. The supports to keep it up off the table. And we're going to pull this one back over here. We're going to go to length. Both sides of our board are supported, both sides of the cut. So I need to get a couple of these down here. We're just going to do that same thing again to cut these to length. And that's where our cut's going to be. Once we get them cut to length, then we can take them over to our bandsaw and do the ripping that we need to do in those to make it all cooperate. So we'll get our track saw fired up again. And we've got 38 there, so that's more than enough. Let's fire our dust collector back up. Make our cut a lot shallower.
Why do you take multiple shallow cuts?
But it's easier on me, it's easier on the tool, it's easier on the wood. I just like to make multiple shallow cuts rather than one 3-inch deep cut. That's just, it's hard to do, and I would rather not have to deal with hard to do things. Let's get this on there. Here we go. Now, fortunately, with this plunging track saw, it starts out here, we release it, and we can lower it down into the wood. Here we go. And normally, if this were on sawhorses or something, I would lock the track down because there are specific clamps just to do that. I would do that with them, but here I'm just relying on the rubber feet that are on the bottom of the track to keep it lined up. Because again, we're not looking for precision here, we're just looking to rough cut this. And we'll go to the last dimension. And we've got a little pinch going on here. We simply from our, there we go. I think we've got a little pinch going on there, which just means that our supports on both sides of our piece are not holding it up. So it's basically, it's collapsing a little bit this way and it's pinching the blade a little bit. So that's why I stopped. We'll just finish off the last bit of it. The handsaw again. Let's turn off this extra noise. We don't need that. We'll just finish off the last dimension with the old handsaw again. same thing happen in that it's pinching it again. So let's put a little bit taller piece up here and pull it down a little bit. Now it won't pinch. Away we go. Something that might be helpful too when you're hand sawing stuff is I want to keep the saw plate, the handle, and my forearm pretty much all in the same line. So I'm kind of standing off to the side a little bit here to make sure that I can do that. I can run all this almost like a piston here in one straight shot. Let's put another one underneath there to keep it down. There we go. Notice I've got a straight line going all the way through here. If I come in here like this and start cutting on that, I've got my arm coming this way, so I've got energy going that way. I'm trying to make it go this way. What it's going to do is it's going to cause my saw to bind in there, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult to cut. So stand aside, get that piston all running in the same direction. Why is this catching on there? There we go. We got our straight line cut and we're right through it again. Very nice. Boy, that is some pretty walnut. We're going to have to make something unique out of this piece here. Look at that. Just that. Look at how tight that grain is in there. It had to be a very slow growing tree. Nice tight grain patterns like that. That's a pretty incredible piece of wood right there. Like I said, this sat in a barn for like 30 years after it had been cut down, and now the family of this farm wants a beautiful dining room table made out of this. So that's what we're doing. They cut this down, like I said, about 30 years ago, just for the to save this wood. Now it's going to finally get turned into something pretty amazing, which is going to be a walnut dining room table. We'll slide this over here, and we'll set this other one up to cut it to length as well. Come in. And that dust collection is so great. It picks up a lot of dust. Didn't get all of it, but it got the vast majority of it. We'll finish this by cutting it off this way. Again, keeping that straight line with the blade, the handle, my forearm. And there we are. Most all the way through. There we go. There we go. Now we'll slide through there. Just like that. I mean, look at that. Can't see it so much on this side as you can on that one, but boy, that is some pretty walnut. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like a cherry cabbage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what walnut does. So there we go. Now we've got our pieces a little more on the rough sawed side of the equation. Gonna make for some pretty stuff. I think what we'll try to do is we'll try to split this right on that pith. We'll split it there, then we can join it. We can cut our width dimension off of it and then cut that out. So we are cut the length. Now we're going to take it over to the bandsaw and rip it down the center. And it's a heavy duty piece. We're going to get out the old heavy duty aluminum square. Normally we would use this for doing drywall, cutting drywall up. We've got a pretty straight edge here. I just want to run a guideline down through the center of this. Because I'm going to take it over and we're just going to freehand it on the bandsaw. And that's going to be our line. That'll work. And I'm just going to make it a point to cut on this side of our line. We're going to set our bandsaw up to where we've got at least 3 inches of clearance between our table and our guide. So we're more than good there. Lock all this into place, make sure we're tied down real good. And we are ready to go with our bandsaw. That'll cut that and do a good job of that. Yeah, I just put a new blade in there. It's a pretty narrow blade, but it'll do what we need it to do. So we'll fire this up and we're going to cut that down through there. Get our ear protection going. And it won't be a perfect cut, but we're not looking for perfection anyway. This is out of the way. Nice and easy through there. Going for a nice straight line. And the key to getting a straight line cut on your bandsaw is keeping it in place. I'm not moving my arms left and right and moving my upper body. I'm getting it locked into place, and I'm literally bending at the waist. And you'll see it shows one side of that line to cut on. It's getting pretty close. And Wes is going to grab that other end down there and hold that up. Let's cut this. You got a little bit of drift from our blade there, but that's going to happen with the bandsaw. Yeah, all right, there we go. Take that off. I'll go over here and grab both of those. And we open that up, and that's what we've got. Like I said, we were trying to avoid the pith, which is the dead center of the tree, and here's a perfect illustration of what that is. The pith is right there. That is the dead center of the tree. That little hollow area right there is smack on the money dead center. So that we're going to take that off eventually. We'll take all that off as we come out this way to get to the good stuff that we want. So that one's cut, and you can see as we went right through it, there's a little more of it right there. You don't want to use that in your piece. Not good for anything but burning. Look at the grain pattern in that. It's going to be just gorgeous.
So for that little bit of amount to remove, is that jointer?
We'll clean this up with the jointer. That's what we'll do next. We'll clean this edge up with the jointer, which is why we kind of want to get it as straight as we can. And then we'll rip the rest of it down, probably with multiple passes on our table saw. And then to get the opposite side clean, then we'll come and clean this one off to get to our dimensions. So let's see what we've got here.
Now for those at home, why didn't you just rip it like that on the table saw just now?
Because I didn't have any kind of a straight edge to start from with the table saw to use the fence as a guide. So we had to come with the bandsaw and get it as close as we could. And then we'll joint it, because ultimately what we're looking to start with is we've got to have some flat reference surface somewhere in the deal. So this is going to be our flat reference surface to start with. And then what we'll do from that one is we'll come over and create this one. Then we'll come back and take off what we want on this side and that reference surface will give us a face to run up against on the joiner to get an opposite side nice and flat. So let's take this one. Let's just do this one. We'll take this one. We got a pretty straight line there. It's fairly good. Let's take that over to our jointer and show you how we're going to clean up all 4 edges that we're ultimately going to make here. So our jointer, we're going to run this edge against the fence, and it's going to give us a flat surface down here to use as our primary reference point. And it's not all going to be perfect until we get it through the joiner and the planer and the table saw and all that, but we got it fairly close there. So let me turn on some dust collection here quick. And let's open up our dust collector here for the jointer. And we'll run this through enough times to get it cleaned up. We've got a nice cleaned up face right there. That's going to work. Now we can take this face against the fence on our bandsaw to cut it to width this way and get rid of the rough side over here. So now we've got a nice clean reference surface here on that edge. I'm going to take it over to our bandsaw here. We're going to cut the width to the width. I normally like the live edge, but this is not a live edge piece. So we're going to set our fence here at about 4 inches and get rid of most of that live edge, and still have hopefully an inch of material to play with. So we're going to go over here about there, and all we got to do is be in the ballpark. Ballpark is all we need. We're going to get our ears back in order. Left those over here. And we'll rip this one down as well. Then we got enough to clear everything there. Here we go. There's nothing like a new bandsaw blade. Your bandsaw is set up right. Just take it nice and slow and let that blade do its work. Notice there's nothing on me, none of my fingers, my hands are not anywhere near the plane of that blade. I don't want anything to slip and drive forward and end up going into that blade. So now I've gotten to this end, I got the majority of my weight cantilevered out over the other side. I'm going to come back here and grab it this way. There we go. Knock that edge off of there. Clean that up. And we got a good bit of character in there. As an example here, we've got a bit of a knot. There's a knot in the table there. We'll get around most of that because ultimately we're going to end up with table legs that are going to be in the neighborhood of 28 inches long. And that's all the way out there at 34. So we've got plenty of opportunity to get around that.
Now, why would you want to get around a knot?
Because it might be a little less unstable. And it, you know, in some cases you like to keep them and use them as part of it. But being a table like this, we might try to get around some of that. And when you cut off pieces like this that have got bug holes in them, I tend to take it and throw it outside of my shop just in case there's any active bugs still in there. And this sat long enough to where had there been active bug work going on in there, it would have pushed out little piles of dust that would have been evidence. So there's pretty much nothing live in there, but I still get dispose of them, get them outside the shop, and we'll take them to the dump and get rid of them eventually. Cool, so that gives us a good reference surface, a good width dimension here. So now we can take this edge that's nice and clean. We can put this up against our fence on our jointer to give us a straight edge here. We are back at the jointer. We've got one edge that we've jointed already nice and clean. So we're going to use that as our reference surface to go up against our fence to give us a clean face on our board. And I can see that our board is kind of a little bit of a bow in it, kind of on both sides. So this is the side that we're going to choose to go down with. And we'll make it a point to hold this up nice and tight to that fence as we're going through. And it'll give us a clean face here that's 90 degrees from the face here. Let's get our ears, let's get some dust collection, and away we go. All that first pass got us with a little clean there, clean on the back. Light multiple passes to get are the key. There we go. Now we've got that cleaned up enough to where it's going to stay flat. We'll get our push pads out for safety. Look at how nice that is. Doesn't get much nicer than that. That's beautiful. Now I'm going to use that face to go back after our initial face. There we have a perfectly clean face here, and another perfectly clean face opposite of that, right at 90 degrees. So that's two sides of our board cleaned up real well. What we'll do now is we're going to run over to the surface planer and get our thickness dimension off of both of those flat surfaces. That's going to work out real nice. So yeah, very much better. Cool. Off to the surface planer we go. We're going to start by getting our thickness dimension this way. So we'll use this as our reference surface. And we'll plane this side down here to catch up to the other side. Okay, we're going to open this up a whole bunch because we're still well beyond 3 inches thick here. Yeah, right at 3. We'll end up clean, probably 2 3/4. I sure like the fact that that works so well that it'll go down with that. I'm going to take this well beyond where I want to cut it. I'll turn the dust collector on, open up our gate here. And at this point, when I start this up, I'll crank this forward. It'll engage. And then I'll go about another half a turn and it'll start to cut. That'll give us our starting point. Let's open this one up. We'll close this one up. Focus all of our dust collection on one machine. Pretty good, and you can see there's a whole lot of little pit marks like this, which are kind of little chip outs, which just means that we're going against the grain there. And what we're going to do is we're going to turn this around and go the other way. See if that improves that. You know, stuff like that we don't want. That just means we're going against the grain versus with the grain. Now we'll see what that looks like after it goes through again. Chip off going against the grain is now gone. And you could hear it when it was going through there, the snapping and the cracking. You know, a little piece like this right there, going against the grain, it popped out. So now we're going to flip it up. We've got our other clean surface here. We're going to take this side off and clean it up. Through a bunch of times. And this is actually the side that we want to keep. Our pith is down here. Keep doing that till we get down to a dimension that's consistent with this one. And Squirt wanted to go for a ride this morning. Ah, no, don't make me go through the machine. Yeah, we're making pretty good progress there. Go to 2 3/4. We've got about an inch to take off of there, so let's stop for a second. We've got a good clean surface here now, and ultimately we've got 2 and about 3/4 on that dimension. That'll be our final dimension there. And we've got about 3 and 3/4 there. So we're just going to take this over, knowing that we had planned already to take this off because that's where the pith is. And we'll get rid of that section. We'll get rid of that. We're going to take this over to the bandsaw and take about 3/4 of an inch off of that to get it down in the neighborhood that we want it to be, and then we'll finish it off with the planer here. So let's take it over to the bandsaw quick. So as we planned earlier, we're going to take this pith of the tree off there. We've established our thickness this way at 2 3/4. We're at 3 3/4 here. So we're going to knock about 7/8 off of that just to get rid of it with our bandsaw. And then we'll finish the processing of this with the planer to make it to our final dimensions. So let's cut this last section off. The bandsaw's come in pretty handy today. I have yet, through years of cooking, found a good way to extract sawdust from a bandsaw. As you can see, it's getting all over the place here. Again, there's nothing in my hands that's in line with that blade, so if something's going to slip and go through, my hands are nowhere near it. And there, I'm going to come on this side, finish this. Right there we are. Look how pretty that is. And this table is going to have drawers in it, 2 on each side. So that might be a drawer side right there. So we'll hang on to that. That's a beautiful piece of walnut to use for something. So now we've got this edge cleaned up and nice and straight. Let's go over here to our planer again, and we'll finish getting that side. Go to the other sides. And how did we do dimension-wise here? Well, close to 3 and 7, or 2 7/8 all the way around. Take off a little bit more and clean it up. We got a bunch of chip out in there, so we're going to turn it around end for end and send it the other way. Boy, that is beautiful, air-dried, non-steam walnut. A lot of character to it. So a trick to make sure that they're the same dimension both ways, I just ran it through this way. I'm going to turn it this way. Okay, we'll just apply this little amount. So having done both access and change it off, I'll be certain that that's perfectly square. Same dimension both sides. Beautiful example of walnut leg. We turn the dust collector off. And just to satisfy all of our curiosities, we're going to put a square upon this and see that it is dead on the money square all the way around. There we go. What a beautiful, beautiful piece of walnut. started out as this, turned in to this. We've got plenty of extra dimension there. Our table, as most dining room tables are, the top of the table is typically 30 inches off the floor. And we don't know for certain how thick our top is going to be yet, depending on what happens when we mill the material down for the top. But we've got about 39 inches worth of material there. So if we end up somewhere in the neighborhood of 28 to 29 inches, somewhere in there, we'll determine whether we want to keep this character in this knot as part of that table or not. If that's the range of our final dimension, the rest of it's pretty clean. You know, look at this. Look at this piece here. Look at how beautiful that is. That is beyond cool. That just says I grew up on a farm in King George County, Virginia. And now I get to be a beautiful dining room table that's ultimately going to live in California. Pretty cool. So we went from this to this. Now we only have to do it 3 more times. 3 more times to get 3 more legs that match this perfectly. It certainly helps with your ability to envision what something can be when you see it go from something that looks like this down to something that is just gorgeous like that. That's beautiful walnut with beautiful character. That's going to make for a really, really nice piece of furniture. So the next time we get together, we will have the other 3 legs done and ready to go. And then we'll work on the aprons that we're going to make for this, which will be an interesting challenge because both sides of the table are going to have 2 pull-out drawers on them that are going to be able to hold silverware and placemats and things like that. So train your mind's eye. You can see this inside of this. That intuition is valuable. And one of the other things that we illustrated here that you hopefully noticed was we got all the way down from rough sawed lumber, rough sawed big plank of walnut, all the way down to a perfectly cleaned up leg, ready to be cut to length, jointed to attach the aprons and on it, sanded, finished and all this. And we never once touched a table saw. You don't have to have a table saw in your shop to do work like this. It proves that it can be done. All the way down to that. We used a straight edge to mark it out with our chalk. We used a track saw to cut it to length, but could just as easily be done with a skill saw and a 2x4 nailed into the rough sawed board. We used a jointer a couple times. We used the bandsaw a couple times. We used the thickness planer a couple times. All that to get to that point without using the table saw anywhere in the shop. So the point there is it can be done. It can go from this to this with just a minimal amount of tools, minimal number of tools, and minimal effort. So there you have our table legs. We'll come back next time and we'll have 4 of them versus just 1. If this is your first time joining us, this series is called Tree to Table. What we're doing is we're taking this pile of incredible walnut that was harvested about 30 years ago and spent its life in the top of a horse barn, and we're turning it into a beautiful piece of family heirloom furniture. Today I'm going to show you how to make aprons out of this cool piece of walnut. We've got to have 2 of them that are about 4 inches wide rough, and they need to be about 42 inches long. So we're going to rough it out of this piece right here. We're going to come somewhere down there to start to kind of avoid that knot if we can. Then we're going to go up here to around 42, so we'll make it 44. So that's how long we need it ultimately to be. And we've got enough in there where we clean this up, we can get 2 4-inch pieces out of there pretty easily. So the first thing I need to do is make this manageable, make it easy to handle, easy to cut. So I'm going to grab my track saw, pull this out here and set that in place. We're going to lock this down. So let's get it over here next to the table so we can lock it in place. And let's lock it in here as well. I'm just going to set this in here just like that. I'm not even going to lock it down. I'm just going to have it sit there because there's plenty enough friction on the bottom of it with the pads to get it over there. So let's get our track saw out here. You know, maybe being that we're going to run that, let's lock it down just in case. That's what it's there for, so we might just as well use it. And again, if a track saw is not something you have in the shop, just figure out the spacing between your blade and the fence on your circular saw. Just put a board across there, clamp it into place, just run up against the fence. The whole idea is just to run it up against the fence so it'll be reasonably straight.
For depth, how do you suggest people set their depth?
For depth, I like to look at the end of my board, put my saw down and make sure it's going to clear. I don't need anywhere near that much clearance on there. That's going to give us everything we need plus a little more, so we'll go with that. And across we're going to go here. Let's grab ears first. I always like to protect my ears because I kind of like to hear what I'm doing. I like to hear if my little grandkids are screaming and having fun. So I protect my ears for that purpose. Fortunately, with this track saw, you can turn it on with one switch and then you can release the brake on it and it'll plunge down into your piece. Like that's a pretty cool feature. So here we go. And yes, I did just let that piece fall off of there because I'm not going to stick my hand underneath there and try to grab that for the risk of running into that blade. So just let it fall off of there. I've seen people run into a blade by trying to grab the off-cut piece. Not a smart thing to do. One end cut. Let's take our board here and let's just slide it down. About there like that.
Now, for a long piece like this, do you have to support that end?
I'm thinking pretty serious that I'm going to. But then again, it's far enough away where I might be able to grab it all the way out here and hold it while I'm making that cut. The other thing that I could do is I could put sawhorses underneath it to secure it. Let's lock our track saw back into place. Like that. Let's get our ears back on. Again, this is just rough cutting it. It doesn't need to be particularly accurate because it's 4 inches longer than it needs to end up. And we're just making rough cuts here just to get it in the ballpark to make it easier to handle. Here we go. There we go. That is the start of the short aprons for this very cool table. So what do you think we should do next? Let's get this off here so we can use the bench. get that out of the way. I'm gonna grab a nice straight edge here. I think the next thing I'm going to do is I want to rip this down the center. I'm going to do that on my bandsaw. So I'm going to get our straight edge on there. I'm somewhere real close to the middle of that. That'll work. So this is the edge I want to go with. I want this to be about 4 inches wide. So there. Gives me about 4 there, about 4 there, about 4 there. And pretty close to 4 all the way down there. So that'll work. Now I want to get a good line here so that I have good visual on this. So I'm going to get a nice fresh Sharpie. Run a nice dark line down there. And that line, I'm going to split that line with our bandsaw. Break this into 2 pieces. There we go. So that's the line that we're going to follow. Go over here to our bandsaw and get the fence out of the way. Lower the guard down just a touch because we don't need it that high.
So we talked about how much saw you want to see on a when I'm setting my bandsaw up, I want basically the dimension of my finger from the bearings to the board for the height of our guides. And all that, the whole idea there is if I've got guides here and I've got guides directly below this, I want those to be as close together as I can get them to keep that blade lined as best we can. I don't want that blade to flop around and wobble too much in there. So what I'll typically do is I'll grab my piece, set it up in there, and notice that I've got just a little bit more than I need there. So let's lower this down just a touch. That gives us the best chance of having our cut be real nice and clean. I don't want my blade to wander very far. And this is a new blade, so it should be pretty sharp. It should go pretty well through there. And we're literally going to cut right through the center of that line as best we can. So let's give that a shot. To making a straight, nice long cut like that on your bandsaw, is get your lower body in shape, get your hands and stuff, your upper body in shape, and don't be just pushing with your hands, too many variables. Just push with your upper body, leaning over at the hip and pushing it through. I'm keeping my upper body and my lower body pretty much right in place. Moving it when I can, I'll stop to do that. Here we have a nice straight cut through that line. Come around here to the back side. Normally on something like this, I would have Benjamin help me cut it on the outside. He's not here today, so we're going to do that. Here we've got a nice straight edge there, and you can see we've basically bisected that line. And that's going to be real nice and straight. So we're liking that big time. Next thing we need to do is run these over to the jointer and get one face nice and clean, because it is genuine not straight. So this side here is the one that we're going to run on the downside with the joiner, because it's, if you look at this, it's bowed this way.
So in order to start getting it straight, we've got to run this edge down on our jointer to clean that end up. This one should be exactly the same. Yeah, you can see that there's a real nice curve this way. So this is the side that we're going to hit with our jointer. So let's take both of these, work our jointer, and reveal what's hidden inside. And again, we're going to grab ears because I don't like all the loud noise that this makes. We've got our fence set up plenty wide. So we'll start with them. Set them there. Turn on our dust collector. Down. Grab some push pads here. Never, ever, ever face joint a board without having push pads in place. Here we go. See, it's not cutting anything in the middle. It's just got such a bow to it. We're taking the high spots off. That cleaned up. Give it one more shot. We've got plenty of thickness here that we can utilize, so let's take a look. One more. Face here, joint our edge here. So we'll turn it up on edge using that face that we've already got squared away as the guide on our fence. Face here that's perfectly flat and cleaned up, and we've got one nice clean edge here that's 90 degrees from our face. You need those two reference points in order to finish flattening the rest of the board. So this will be our reference point for planing this side flat, and this will be our reference surface for cutting this side nice and square to it. So that worked out really, really well. So let's grab our other one and send that through the same way. and rip it down, but I've got too much crap over there on the table saw already, so we're just going to do it here on the bandsaw. Collector off. Now I could just run this through the planer just as it is and clean up the extra, but there's no sense in planing this stuff down, so I want this to be about 4 inches. So let's just set our fence right close to 4, and ultimately it's going to end up being a finished product. It's probably going to be about 3 3/4 wide. So we're going to cut it a little extra to give us a little room to play with. Let's get our ears back and let's rip this down. Then we'll take it over to our planer and plane it. Nice and tight next to our fence, nice and tight onto the deck. Take it nice and slow so that blade gets the opportunity to do what it needs to do. Nice live edge piece there. Notice none of my hands are in the direct line of that blade. So there's a way from it. So if the board does have to slip and it goes forward real fast, that thing is not going to be anywhere near that blade. You will come back here and take it out the back. Fencing first, it's just so easy to do. Look at that. That's going to be a beautiful table right there. Do another one here while we're at it. We get our fresh jointed face down, our jointed edge up to our fence. Nice and slow. Do a slab. The key is to have your bandsaw set up well with a good sharp blade in it. We'll follow this from the word. There we go. A little bit of saffron there, but we've got room to get rid of that. That side down, that side down. Now we're going to take this over to our joiner, or our planer rather. We've got a good clean surface on our best joint here and a good clean face surface here. Now we can set this up and run it through our surface planer to get down to the dimensions that we want. So let's open up the dust collector. Let's turn it on. Let's run these through a few times to get them in the ballpark. What I like to do with my surface planer is I like to open it up well past the thickness of my piece, set it about halfway through, and then crank it up until it starts to grab it. Once it starts grabbing the board and feeding it through, then I'll give it about another half to 3/4 of a turn, and it'll start to cut. So that gives me my reference for where to start our planing of the board. We're there, we're cranking it up. Now it's moving. We're going to go about another 3/4 of a turn. Gives us a starting place. Run them both through. bump in where we started, and it flattens out to one side, but that top has still got the crown on it. You can see it doesn't touch anything when it's first going in. It touches in the middle, and then it might not touch it even on the bottom. The back is going out. You can see that best illustrated with this one. We had the hump here, it cleared there, low spot here, low spot there. We'll just keep cranking on until we get it cleaned up. Pretty stuff. Almost there. Good on that end yet. That was actually clear. We're going to turn it over and turn the other side up a little bit. Chip out on the end, that's going to get cut off. So we're almost 7/8 there. We're going to stop at 7/8. I don't need to go any further than that. Pretty wood. Pretty stuff. And we're going to stop right there. Those are the roughed in aprons for our table. These are the shorter ones, so they'll go across the end of our board. That'll be the side that faces out, and that'll be the side that faces out. Lots of character on them. And when we narrow this up, like I said, we're probably in the neighborhood of a ½ inch at least wider than we ultimately are going to end up. So we'll be able to cut that sapwood out of there. We might be able to remove some of that, but that's what our aprons are going to look like. Those are our short ones. We've got 2 more to do that are going to be 64, 65, somewhere in that neighborhood lengthwise. And I'm not going to cut them to final length yet because we're not completely dialed in on the dimensions for our legs yet. And what we'll do is we'll make this such that when we have our legs and our aprons together, there'll be a 1-inch overhang on each side of the table and on each of the ends. So we won't cut these to final length until we get a lot further along in our process. But next thing I'm going to do is we're going to make 2 more the same way that are going to be in the neighborhood of 64 to 65 inches long. So if you like how that's done, comment down below. If you got any questions on it, comment down below. We'll do our best to answer them for you. And we're going to get on to making the other 2 aprons. And then after that, we'll start making the top. Stay tuned. Believe it or not, there's a tabletop here. Today we're going to show you how to get it to look a whole lot more like one. Okay, we are looking to make a table out of these unique pieces of old walnut, harvested off of a property about 30 miles east of here and stored in a barn for about 30 years. So this part of it's going to end up being the tabletop. So what I need to do is I need to end up with 64 inches in length and about 42 in width. So we're hoping we can get this out of there. So I'm going to roughly lay out my dimensions before I go to processing some of it. So what I've done is I created, excuse me, a story stick here. So I can kind of slide it up and down the boards and get rough ideas on the length that I want to get out of each particular piece. So I've got a bit of a check here, so I can go there. I can come down to here. That's what I'll get out of that one, and I can basically go about there to about there. That's one piece I can get out of this particular board. And it looks like I'll net somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 7 inches out of that. So I'm going to mark that as 7 inches. And then I think I'll get this out of the way. Get it over there. So I've got 7 inches out of that one. With this one, it looks like I'm going to have to go. Let's look at the other side and see what it looks like. A couple pretty big checks in this particular board. Let's see what we can maybe get somewhere in that neighborhood and this neighborhood. And my story stick is probably 4 inches longer than I need to end up with. So I've got some spare room here. We're going to go here. And again, these are just rough measurements to kind of see where I might be able to end up with these boards. And what have I got there? Probably about 5 inches of net, so I might end up with 5 there. I can probably end up with 3 there. Or if I go from there to there, I can probably end up with something that's a little wider maybe. And again, these are just best guesstimates of what I can yield out of these particular boards. Just chalking them in like that. Get down here out of this piece. Probably going to end up with 7 again. That'll give us 14 inches out of our total need of 42 inches. Thickness-wise, I'm going for whatever we can get thickness-wise out of these boards. They're probably all in the neighborhood of 1.5 inches rough. Yeah, they're 1.25 inches, somewhere in there, so we'll be able to get a good bit out of those. Got a knot there that I would prefer to go around if I could. Yeah. So we're going to have to be able to get around that knot or include it. Depends on how we can work this. And let's see what happens if we go down here. If we go down to here, we can get around most of that. So let's do that. We'll come there to somewhere in there. Let's bring this over and end up along that line and probably that one. Again, this is just giving us a guesstimation on the yield. I can probably end up with 9 inches out of that one. 7, 14, 20. with what we've got in the others here, that probably gets us somewhere in the neighborhood of 23 inches wide. Let's go to our next one here and see what we might be able to get out of this. And I've got a few more boards in the stash pile from this particular project, so got a pretty bad check here in the bottom. I've got a void up there. Looks like we're probably going to have to get it. There's a pretty bad check in here, so it looks like we're going to have to go somewhere about there. Somewhere about there. Beginning to think that it'd be a good thing if I've got a few more pieces that I could exercise to get the width dimension that I need. That's going to be another 7 or 8. Let's shoot that for an 8. So that gets us to about 32 inches? 31 or 32 inches there. Can't get another one out of there. Let's see. 7, 7, 9, and 8. Seven, 7, 9, and 8 is 21, 22. That gets us to 31 inches so far. So I only need to get 11 more. Let's see what we might be able to acquire from this piece. It's got a pretty big knot there that we're going to have to go around. So we're going to be left with what we can get out of this section here. And let's go over to about here. And like I said, we're just kind of ballparking it at this point. See that we're in the ballpark. That's probably going to be another. That's going to be another 7. And the 31 gets us to 38. So we're at 38 out of the 42 that we need to end at. I've got another short piece over here. We might be able to get something useful out of. This one's going to be a little tight because it is essentially looks to be an inch longer than our final product needs to end up. So it's going to be whatever we can get out of this that's going to help us. So we're going to go about there. And we'll be back about there. That's going to give us another 6 out of the 4 that we need. So we're in the ballpark there with our rough stock. I've got another piece that I could cull some out of to get to our width dimension if we need it. So what we're going to do is at this point, I'm going to probably just get out my skill saw or maybe my jigsaw and cut them to rough length. And then I'll run them through the bandsaw to get our rough width. And then we'll start really getting into processing them and getting them into usable material. So stay tuned. We will be back with the initiation of the processing. I've got my table blanks laid out on the rough solid lumber here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and process all of these today. So I'm just going to show you the one. You don't need to see all 6 of them. Got it marked out. I'm going to cut it off here with our chop saw. We're going to take it over to the bandsaw and run the rough width dimension here. Then we're going to plane it and join it and get ready. Hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have 6 or 7 pieces ready to do a glue up to make our table blank, and we'll go from there. So first thing I've got to do is, now that I've got it all marked out, so I'm going to take it over to my miter box and we're going to cut it to length. Let's take it over here. Now I wouldn't be too surprised if our saw doesn't have the dimension to go all the way across there, but that's okay. We can come up with another way to finish it off. So we should be good to go and in place. Let's hold this up here. Let's make it happen. We didn't get all the way through. We got pretty close. We're just going to turn it over here and see if we can't get the rest of that. I'm not liking that idea. It doesn't look safe enough for me. So let's go over here. Let's get part of it supported out there. Part of it supported here. Let's get out the old-fashioned way of doing it. Get out the old hand saw here. So let's do the rest of that walnut. Biggest thing here too with using the handsaw is obviously we want to keep it lined up here so that our saw plate and our forearm and all are kind of running in the same plane. Nice straight line. If I get off to the side, I don't want to bind the saw in here. Grab this piece out there, which I'll cut off in a spare, so that's the piece we're going to process. So let's take this over to our bandsaw and get it set up to run through the bandsaw. We're going to set this up on our bandsaw here and cut that, so give me a second to reposition here and we'll get back to cutting that out. Cut the rough edges off this to get it roughly to the width dimension that we're looking for. Get my vacuum cleaner get out of here. Got our rough piece here, the first of, I believe it's 7 that we're going to have in the equation. That's pretty wonky piece of wood right there. Oh, it's going to take a lot to get that in order to make that cooperate. A lot of bow in that, as you might be able to see there. A lot of bow there. So we're going to have to work pretty hard to get that one straightened out. What I'll likely do is I'm probably going to cut this in half and process it that way. And then when we go to the glue up, we'll make sure those two pieces end up getting put back together just like that. So sometimes when you've got that much bow in a board, you don't have a choice but to minimize the amount that you're having to take off to get it flat by essentially cutting your bow really in half. Let's get this set up to catch that like we want it to be caught. So that looks like about half. There we go. Now we can process those two and get a lot of that bow out of there. So the first thing I'm going to do is check how wide those are. About 7¼ inches wide. So being that we have an 8-inch joiner, we can take it over to the jointer and get that very first face nice and cleaned up and ready to go. And I just put new blades in that joiner, so this should cut really, really well. What I'm looking for here, I'm looking down my board to see which way it might be cupped. This one is hooking in this way a little bit, so this is obviously going to be our first side that we're going to take off and clean up. Always going to grab my push pads here and never ever operate the joiner without your push pads in your hand. That's where you protect yourself. So let's go over here and fire up the dust collector. we have a nice cleaned up face, a nice cleaned up edge, our 1¼ inch thick walnut. We're going to take this over to the surface planer now. Just put new knives in that too, so that should cut real well on this. We're going to clean this up. That'll determine how thick our tabletop is going to end up. So let's take it over here to the surface planer. We'll run it through there a number of times and get that cleaned up. This is pretty loud, so I like to put my ear protection on for that. Let me get my dust collector fired up, and we're going to go ahead and get these cleaned up for thickness. I've got these cleaned up on both faces, and one edge is nice and cleaned up and true, so we're good there. I'm not going to take these down to final thickness until I get all of the rest of them processed, so we can send them all through at the same time to get absolute uniformity to it. And right there, we're at basically 15/16 of an inch. That gets us real close, because I want to try to stay 7/8 if I can. We can go down to 3/4 if it's necessary, but we're going to stay right there at 7/8 if we can. So that's the first of our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boards that I've got to do. So I'm going to go ahead and process those and not bore you with the details of doing that. So when I come back, we'll have these all basically processed, and we'll have them set up for uniformity of thickness, and then I'll show you how we're going to rip those edges all down from our nice clean edge here to the opposite side, get those nice and clean and parallel, and then we'll get into a glue. We are back. I've got all of our blanks for our tabletop roughly cut the width. I've got them jointed on one face, planed down to get the thickness kind of where we want it. It's in the ballpark. We're going to need a final planing to get it to our final thickness. But at this point, I want to get my widths established on each board. So I'm going to take them over to my table saw. I've got that all set up. Got the guard in place, got the riving knife in place. And we're going to maximize the width we can get out of each board to start with. And then when we lay them all together, we'll do final trimming to get to our desired end width of the entire piece. So we're going to come over here, and I've got a nice clean jointed edge over here, and it looks like I've got about 8 inches. That's good there, or 8.5 there. Our narrowest point is going to be right at about 8 inches. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take this down to 8 inches, set our saw up here to 8 inches. And I've got a rule here on my fence guide and my indicator there. When I put it on 8 inches, it means it's going to cut it at 8 inches. It's dialed in real good. Got my push stick here. I've got the height of my blade established right there where I need it to be. Let's go ahead and run this first one through. All the way through and out. I like to wait till my saw comes to a complete stop before I start grabbing anything off the table, for fear of it just catching enough to kick back a little bit. We don't want that to happen. So there's our first member, right smack on the money at 8 inches. We'll get that out of the way over here. Going to grab our second piece here. Again, I've got my jointed edge here. Pretty rough on this other edge. So let's see what we've got for width there. I've got a little bit of sapwood there showing on what's going to be the top of my piece. I've got to get rid of that. My narrowest piece here looks to be a little over 7. So we're going to take this down to about 7 1/4, and then I'll come back and run this other edge to get rid of that sapwood that's going to show on our top there. So we're going to set this to 7 1/4. Good sharp blade in there, and we're ready to cut. Here and grab our piece out of there. Get rid of our waste. And there on our top, we've got a nice clean edge here. Pretty clean here. I want to get rid of that color, so I'm going to take this down just a little bit more. Get rid of that. That's coming in right at 7, so I'm just going to take it right at 7. We'll get rid of that. Here we go. Okay, we're back. We have all of our pieces cut to width that we wanted, and we're going to end up with right around 41.5 inches wide total as we have it now. And I had to put a couple pieces together here in the center because we were a little short on the material that we needed. But what I've done at this point is I've got them lined up here, and I'm going to mark my center which I always like to do so I know what my layout's going to be on my piece. So I've got my center there. I know this has to be 64 inches long, so from my center, I'm going to come out here to 32. Mark that one. I'm going to come across the other side here the same way and mark that at 32. That just gives my mind's eye the dimensions of my board so I know where I'm going to end up with my length. I'm going to go ahead and mark that all the way across as well, so I have a good visual on what the end of my top's going to look like. I'm going to go down here and get exactly the same thing. And what this will help me do is determine my placement for the biscuits that I'm going to put in. Obviously, I'm going to put one in the center. I'm going to come off of that about, probably 7 or 8 inches. I'm going to put a biscuit on each one of these seams. I'm going to make sure I come in from my end here a good 5 inches because I know that my biscuit hole is going to end up being about 3 1/4 inches long. I don't want to risk exposing one of those biscuit slots when I cut this to length, so I'm going to come in about 5 inches from where I expect the end of my piece to be. Put another one across there. And I like to use biscuits, not so much for the additional structural integrity because there's really not a whole heck of a lot, but when it comes time for gluing these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces together, I want that alignment aspect in my favor. Okay, we're going to go there. We'll do it equal on each side of our center. Come in off of this end about 5 again. Mark that. Obviously, when you're cutting in your biscuits, you want your marks to be on both sides of each of those seams. So you're cutting your biscuit slots even to both sides of the joint. That'll work about there. We slid just a little bit on this one, so we're going to cross that out and come back with another one. There you go. So the next thing I'm going to do is I've got these marked for where my biscuits are going to go. Every joint is marked. I'll come in there, make sure I've got those right. Now the last thing I like to do before I do a glue up is I want to put the last little bit of finish on these edges. So I like to mark each one of my joints with an I and an O and an I and an O. And that just stands for in and out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pieces all over to my jointer. And I'm going to joint them one last time to make sure I've got a perfect seam there. What I'm going to do is, just as an example, with this one, I have this side marked as inside. I'm going to joint that with my face of my board, my top face here, facing the inside of the fence on my jointer. And then on the one here, that's the next joint that's going to match up to that, I've got this marked as outside. So I'm going to have that face out away from my joint. So if there's anything other than perfect 90 degrees from my jointer bed to my jointer fence, it's going to compensate for each other. Even if it's off a half a degree, one side that's going in, the other side going out on the joinery will prevent that from being an issue because they'll countermand each other when it gets down to. So I'm going to take all these over for my last run on the jointer. I've got my first piece of our tabletop here. We've got 6 pieces to joint. I've got my inside marked on this side of my joint, so that inside face, I'm going to run that up against my jointer, make that cut real quick. I'm not going to turn on my dust collector because I don't want to hear it. Here we go. Nice fresh joinery there. I'm going to grab my next board here. I'm going to take this over to my jointer. This side is marked out, corresponding to the inside on the other one. So this face is going to be out away from the fence when I cut this one. And then I'm going to turn it to the other side. And I'm going to put this face on the inside to make that joint. So let's go ahead and make this one. Now I can come over here to my table. I can set that down there. I can just push that joint together without even a clamp, just my hands holding it together. And boy, that is an absolutely perfect seam on there. You can't see the seam at all. You can see the difference in the grain pattern at all, but you can't see the seam on the joint at all. So I have all of our boards jointed for the last time, according to my in and out indicators on my joints. So now what I want to do is I'm going to use biscuits in all of these joints for alignment, for the vertical alignment part of it. They provide a nominal amount of structural integrity to the piece, but not a whole lot. The glue on the joint is what really makes it work. So we're going to run our biscuits in there, and I've got my biscuit cutter set up for a size 20 biscuit, which is pretty much the only size I ever use, the larger one. And I've got all my marks set here ready to go. I've got my red indicating arrow here on my fence. I'm going to set that on my line. I've got the height of my fence from the top of my surface down, so my cut is basically right smack in the middle of the thickness of my piece. And the key to being successful with the biscuit joiner is, again, patience. Don't just jam it in there and ram it in as hard as you can, as quick as you can. Take your time, let the cutter do its job, and you'll have a much better time with it. I've got my fence set at 90 degrees from the reference surface here on the front. I've got it plugged in. I'm going to hold down on the fence here real tight to hold it down to the top of my piece. Let's move it in over here so we're closer onto the bench. I'm simply going to fire it up, take it in nice and slow, back it out, move on down the line. There we go. Nice and easy. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 biscuit slots in there. And you can see that that's what it's going to look like. Nice slot for our biscuits here. Again, those are going to give us the alignment that we're looking for. We'll set this one back down on here, move these aside a little bit. And I'm going to grab the second one here. Do the same thing, and we'll just go down the line, getting all these biscuit slots cut in here. Here's another helpful little shop tip for you too. When you're pushing your biscuits into your board and they start sliding across the board, just put a couple of the bench dogs into your bench dogs hole. They push it up against, makes it a little easier to do. And then the second one is, if you've got a trigger like this on your biscuit joiner, you hold your joiner like this and click that switch with your finger this way. If I'm all the way back here the likelihood of my exercising that extended leverage over the force of the piece of equipment is to push it down. Whereas if I'm here with my finger, I'm a lot less likely to move that up and down than I am if I'm all the way out here. So hold it up here, hit it with your finger, plunge it in, hold it in place with your bench dogs, you're ready to go. There, I have all my biscuit slots cut and ready to go. I've got my glue bottle ready to go, my roller. I've got my biscuits back here. Something good about your biscuits, keep them in a sealed container so that they don't take on ambient moisture and expand, makes them a little tighter than you want them to be. I've got my clamps set up. I like to alternate my clamps top and bottom to my piece. I've got pads on so my clamps don't mar my wood. Get my tight bond glue out of the way. I'm going to rotate this side up. I'm going to rotate this side up and one here. We'll have all these here like this. I like to always start with my glue bottle and putting my glue on with the piece that's the furthest away from me. I don't like getting glue on my clothes. That's one thing about Type Bond. It really holds wood really, really well. It also holds clothes. If it happens to dry while it's on your clothes, it's done. It's not going to come out. So we'll run this all the way down, rolling it on. I'm being generous, but not putting so much on that it's all going to squeeze out. I like to put it on in one direction and then roll back and smooth it out with the other. And then I'm going to do this one. Coming down here. I like to use the glue on both sides of every one of my joints just to make sure I've got enough, to make sure that I've got a good bond. I don't have any dry spots anywhere in the equation. I'm going to roll this one down, turn it up, get that other side ready for glue. That's rolling on real nice. I like these glue rollers. It's a semi-porous roller that's on there, and it does a great job. I will always caution that once you've got your glue on, everything is in clamps. Go up and wash this out. It's the water, the glue is water soluble. Wash it out, because if it dries on that rolling applicator, it's really tough to get off. If it dries on there, you're almost better off just to buy a new one. It's a lot less trouble. And then we've got our glue on this side, which will be the second side of this particular joint. And we've got enough in there. And when you're rolling it on with the roller like that, some of it seeps down into the slot for your biscuit. So I'm going to go in here and grab a good handful of biscuits. Seal this back up. Start off over here. Put biscuits in this side. And again, these serve mostly the alignment function. These are typically very dry wood, very compressed. And once they get the water from the glue that starts soaking into them, they tend to want to expand a little bit and fill that void real well, which is a good thing. Goes together real well. So we're going to lay this one down, turn this one over and get it right next to that. We're going to lay this one down, line up our center lines, pull our pad into place. Again, part of why I put the lines on the end indicating where my borders of my piece are going to be, so as I know I can get them lined up real well when I'm going on here. I've got my pads on. I'm going to get this down here where it belongs so it'll line up good. And we'll just start putting a little bit of pressure on there to see to it pulls together. Make sure it pulls up into that joint the way we want it to. Why are we not pulling together here? We have one that's off a little ways. grab another clamp here and come down to this end and pull this end up. And if I put them alternating like this, alternating top and bottom, if I put them all on one side, it wants to pull it up and it'll crown. If I put them on both sides, that opposing force will countermand that arc that's being put into it. It'll allow it to pull up real nice. Let's get this one down, that one's down, that's all real good. Something's not right here. Something didn't line up right. Why is that doing that? This end lined up good, this end did not. Let's get this apart in short order. That's right, that's right. Let's make sure I've got the right end. One. Yeah, that's why. This one is in backwards. That's not good. That's why it's not lining up. Well, you're getting to see me make a big mistake. Fortunately, I know a guy by the name of Tim that can fix it. The cool part about woodworking is the perpetual pursuit of problem solving. And we had a problem on this one. I had it in backwards. Okay, we've got one here that doesn't need to be there. Those two are good, those two are good. Good, good, good. I don't have one here. Fortunately, they didn't get together enough for the glue to really create a bond. So we can go right back out of here and put them back together the way they should be. Typical scenario, and when it gets to be something's not right and it's pushing too hard, harder than it should, it means that something's not wrong, so you're better off just to back up, regroup, try to figure out why it's not going the way you want it to. I think we have the right boards in the right places now. We can bring them together like this, which is just what we want. We want to see that glue squeezing out between that joint. That's our first indication that we have adequate glue coverage. Everything should be good there. Still not good there. Still not where that one needs to be. Everything is good except for the guy that drilled the biscuits. Drilled it in the wrong spot. Perfect example of learning more from your mistakes than your successes. In that I didn't do those two biscuit slots directly across from each other like they were supposed to be. So that biscuit joint has to come out of there. Which means come over here to the toolbox, grab a pliers, come back in here and pop this one out. Dispense with that, don't need that one. And we can get by without one, that's not an issue at all. Could have got by without that. Okay. Now we're going to go back together here. That one got pinched and broke, so that's not necessarily good. If all else fails, get a bigger hammer. Now we're good. Now we're good. Everything is lining up and coming together real well. Just a little bonehead maneuver, that's all. There we go. Now we got our lines there where we need them. Coming together nice and tight. Let me run around the corner here. Grab one more clamp real quick. We'll be right back. Another good shop tip right there. Make sure you got enough clamps for your project before you start gluing your project up. Okay, let's pull this together. And we're in good shape there. We've got glue squeezing out pretty much all the way down our joint. Some places a little more than others. Our lines are within 1/4 of an inch of being right on where we want them on the end, because we've got a good, better than an inch each end that we can take off. So right there we have our first half of our glue up. Our top is lined up real well all the way down. We're going to look at the clock and realize that it's 4:45. I'm going to note that on there so I know when they went into clamps. I'm going to wait this out. Probably give this an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to add the other sections to it, so it'll have the opportunity to dry before I can get back to it and clean it up tomorrow. Okay, we've got just a little bit of squeeze out glue here on the top. Let's go back here to trusty Stanley number 80 or cabinet scraper. My preferred method of taking off the squeeze out of the glue. Okay, we have a movement that we're not going to tolerate. Let's clamp this to the band quick. Get our trusty bench dogs out. We'll lock this down real quick. Keep it from moving on us while we're scraping our excess glue off. And keep that in place. I found that number 80 to be about the most effective way to scrape that excess glue off. While it gets nice and sharp. Of course, I didn't have too much on here. There we go. A little bit down here. And this is effectively a card scraper. It's got a pretty stiff blade in it versus your typical card scraper, so it doesn't have a whole lot of give to them, but this one's pretty stiff. Does a good job. There we go. That's all good for that side. It's nice and solid here. Very, very nice flat. What I could do at this point is a toss-up. I could take the random over disc sander, which is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to sand the top of this down. Get rid of all my pencil marks, make sure my other sanding marks from having it running through my drum sander are gone. And then we'll cut it to length, get it squared away that way, and get the edges all cleaned up on it and ready to go and turn this into a top. So let's reach over here and grab some number 80 sandpaper. Get a random more of a disc out here. Get on the sanding this quick. Something like this, what I'll typically do is I'll start out going across this way, and I'll go about halfway across, and then we'll come lengthwise and get it that way. You can see this make a huge, huge difference. And I'm not going to show you sanding this whole thing. You don't need to watch that. Occupy my next hour. I'm not going to put you through that. So once I've got this all sanded, then we'll flip it over and do exactly the same thing on the other side of it. And cut this length finally. Got it squared up here nice and easy. Then we'll track on. Clamp in place, square there, perfectly square there. I'm going to take an extra 1/8 of an inch off of that to get it to sit a little closer to the way I want it to be. there. There's 64 length dimension. Go ahead and get a nice soft edge on this all the way around. Welcome back. We have gotten to the point in our treated table project where I have the tabletop itself completed. When we were last together, you saw me cutting the ends to length. I took the router and routed those edges over nice and smooth, rounded the corners off, went through a whole sanding process where I took it from 80 grit to 120 to 180. And then we shot some lacquer on the top of it as a really good sealer, and it's done and ready to go now. When we get the base of the table completed, then we'll put this on top of it. I just wanted to show you this. It turned out pretty neat. We've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 4 full-length strips, of material here. And then just by the nature of how the tree was cut down and the materials that we had available, we had to seam a couple of them end to end here in the center. So we've got two pieces that are seamed here. And then of course we've got those framed between full-size pieces, but it turned out really nice, very, very rustic. There's some knots in here, there's some character in here, and that's what the client wanted. So we kept all that in, did the best we could with it. A few spots that we had to put some black epoxy in, but that's our tabletop. So that's the size that it's going to end up being. It's 64 by 41.5. And when we get our base done, then we'll set this on the top of it. But this gives you a pretty good idea of what that top's going to ultimately look like when it gets out to the friend's house, when they get it into their kitchen, their dining room area. So this is the top that we've got completed. We'll show you some more details close up here in a second, but this is the top for our table. So here's a little bit more detail of what our tabletop came out looking like. We took the routed the corners round, put a nice 1/4 inch radius all the way around it. The seams came up real nice. And then as you look close there, you can tell there's a seam only by virtue of the fact that the grain pattern had changed on it. The seams are very tight, which is why we do the last bit of joining before we put it together to make sure they're nice and tight. Again, that radius all the way around, top and bottom, both sides get the radius on them. And again, that was a choice for the client. The table legs and the aprons will have that same radius on them. When they get completed, that's what it's going to look like. Beautiful tabletop. Nice rustic walnut top. Here again, you can see where we did that butt seam between the two longer pieces that we talked about earlier. That was, again, just a function of what material was available. What came out of that old horse barn, this pile of wood that was 30 years stashed away, and we got out of it what we could to make the table that we've got. Right there, it is. Comment on that down below if you would. Let me know whether you like it, whether you like that idea of putting a table together like that, what you think of this cool piece of walnut table. The first part of this episode, when you saw those rough pieces of lumber laid across the workbench, I told you that we would show you what it looked like when it became a whole lot more like a table than it was. So this is our end result. Comment down below. Thank you for watching. So I've got my nice square table leg here, and I want to put tapers on the two inside faces. So let's mark those. I'm going to taper on this face. I'm going to taper this face. And what I want to do, and the way I've got this set up, is I've brought my tapering jig down here. I've put a mark on this face at about 6 inches down from the top. And I'm going to put a mark on this end of it down here that's about, probably about 7/8 of an inch will be good enough. That'll give us a nice even taper. And the way I've got my tapering jig set up is I've got a stop on this end, I've got the stop on the back here, and I've got this such that when I put this into place, I'm going to start my cut down here, and it's going to come out of this leg about there. Let me grab a better marker to make that easier for you to see. We should be able to come out of our jig and a fixture about there, and we should start somewhere about there. Normally I figure when I'm doing a taper, I'm going to take about 1/3 of the dimension off on the bottom and have it come out a couple inches down below where our apron would be on the top. So I've got that all marked out here, and I'll show you what these threaded inserts are for and all that a little later on. We're going to come out somewhere close to there. We'll take that over on the bandsaw and show you how we're going to run that through the bandsaw, and then we'll come back and clean that edge up for you. It's really important, the orientation that you put on your legs when you're first putting them through the bandsaw to make it cut and get the result that you want. So I know I want this side to be tapered I want this side to be tapered. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with that side facing me. When I cut this edge off, when I go to turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise, then I can take this edge off and I'll still have a nice straight sections on both of the backs that'll go up next to our fence. And also I always start with my one inside down and my one facing me. I've got my saw set up so that our guides will clear that leg by a little bit. I've got my fence set that when we run this through, it's going to come right up next to that edge. So we'll probably come out, yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood when we go to cut this. So let's put it in there and give it a little bit of a slice. Turn it this way to get this other face off. Now, one of the things that you'll notice here is I did not lock my blank down into my tapering jig. Reason for that is one, gravity is going to hold it down, and two, the tension and the pressure being pushed on it in this direction as it's being fed into the blade is going to hold it up next to our stop here. So that's going to give us all the tension that we need to hold that in place. You can see we've got a nice taper up this side, up this side. We came a little short of our line, but that's okay. If we wanted to make up for that, what I could do is I could pull my fence in maybe 1/8 of an inch and run it through again. It would take that up a little further, but that's more than adequate for what we need to do. Next thing I'm going to do is look down that and see, oh, that's pretty straight. What we want to do next is I'm going to take it back over to our workbench here, and we're going to set it up, and I'm going to show you how to take and lock this into the bench with our bench dogs, and then we'll take a hand plane and we'll clean up that face on that leg and all. Here we are back at the bench. We've got our leg set up and ready to go. We've got our taper cut on this side with our bandsaw. We're going to run this face down and clean that up with a hand plane, and to hold it stable, I'm just going to clip it into our bench dogs on the workbench here. Hold it nice and straight. I've got my newest addition to the shop here, my Miller's Falls Buck Rogers Series 914. Love that hand plane. Just got it cleaned up and put back in service. Obviously, I'm going to take my little white crayon here and lubricate the bottom of that so it'll slide through a whole lot easier for us. And we're just going to get back here. I'm going to start at the top, and I'm just going to plane this down. It's going to take a little bit because the bandsaw does leave a pretty rough surface, but I'm just going to plane that down until we get it nice and smooth and nice and clean. Starting here at the top and going downhill with it. That's going to clean up real nice. A little bit more here on the top. On a nice clean shot down there. That cleans that surface up real nice. Let's see if we can't clean up some of the top of this to make it a little nicer. And down. There we go. Nice and smooth. We'll turn it over and get this other side the same way. Get that face cleaned up real well. Nice good shavings here with our little hand plane. And we'll start going downhill with this. As I said, I could just as easily do this on the jointer over there, but I just prefer to do it this way. That gets us pretty close to where we want to be. That'll clean that up. I'd call that pretty good. At this point, more than adequate. There we are, nice and clean. Now we've got our two tapered faces cleaned up really well. What I want to do next is I want to put about an 1/8 inch radius on that. I just want to take those sharp edges and knock those off. So what I've done is I've grabbed my molding plane here, about an 1/8 inch radius. Profile of the body matches the cutter up here. We're going to set that on there at about a 45-degree angle. And we're just going to run that down there. And it'll go till it bottoms out. There's our flat side. Here's our angle side. Look at those nice little curls coming across there. That's going to give us a really nice eased edge there in that 1/8 inch radius. We're going to go over here and do the same thing. Again on the flat. Clean that up. Get to our taper. Clean that up. And again, that's one of those things where I could have set the router up and done it on the router. I could have set up the router table and run it through that, but I just like doing it this way. And part of my objective here in the shop and in terms of recording these things for you is just to show you different ways to do stuff. And a lot of what I do is to keep my grandson Benjamin schooled up on this stuff, so I want him to learn how to do it by hand as well as with a router. And we'll go downhill again here. Again, that's only going to go so far before it bottoms out on the molding plane, and that kind of ends the cut basically. We'll get rid of some of that so you can see some of these cool little curly cues coming off of there. And we'll hit the downhill. And right there we've got our leg is all nice and cleaned up. We've got a taper on the two insides on the leg. We've got an 1/8 inch radius down all the edges and ready to go. I'll probably do a little bit of sanding on this to clean it up here in a little bit, but that's how we take our leg from being square to having a really nice good taper on the insides, the two inside faces of the table. So this will be the outside. Obviously towards me is the outside inside of the table. They're both tapered down. Makes it look good. If we set them right up close to each other like this, you can get a better idea of what that taper is going to look like. Again, I took about 1/3 of the dimension off of the bottom. I left it square down to about 6 or 7 inches. My aprons are going to be about 4, so they'll sit across here. You can see where they're going to sit in there. And also, that is the easiest way to do tapers with a bandsaw and a couple hand planes. Turns out real nice. Now I just get to get on to doing the other two. So if you got any questions, any comments on that, you'd like some more detail on how that's done, leave those remarks down below, and we'll certainly do our best to help you teach you how to do 2 tapers on a dining room table legs. So right here we are. We're back at our table. We've got the legs attached to the corners here with our corner brackets coming out of there. And you can see what I've done here is I've simply set these with metal corner brackets down into here, and I've put threaded inserts into the legs so I can screw the legs on and off. And what I've got to do now is I've got to attach all these different components to the table itself, because ultimately this is going to get flat packed for shipping. So I've got to be able to take the legs off, but I want to have the base of it stay in place. So what I've done is I've finished all the corner brackets, the center spacers here, and then I've cut the long stringer on the side that is going to be our apron on it. And being that I'm going to put 2 drawers on each side coming in from each side, I have left the drawer faces off and not finished those, because I'm going to wait until I get the drawers made to go in before I finish these. So what I've got to do is I've got to get all of this lined up and set up on here so it can all come together and the spacing can all be right, so that when I attach the base to itself, the aprons will be in place, but the drawer slides will come off of it. So I worked out a little bit of a spacing here with everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these little washers and I'm going to put these on the ends of the drawer faces here, just to space that out so that when I close these and open these, I've got some margin between my drawer face and the apron ends that are going to go on here. So literally all I did was just take a little bit of about a 1/16 of an inch thick washer, and I've set that on here, and it'll make a little more sense when I get these into place and get to clamping them on here, so you'll be able to see that. So again, it's just a little, about a 1/16 of an inch thick washer, and I'm just placing it on here with tape, because that'll come off real easy when it comes time to remove these to add the drawers to them. So there we've got our spacers in place. And what I did with our aprons here all the way along is I had one solid piece of wood that I put together here, and all I did to cut the aprons into sections so that I could use the drawer fronts here was I cut them in these 4 spaces. So once I get this all pulled together, the grain directions will match up on all of it, so it'll look like it's one solid piece. So what I can do with that is I can pull this together quick, and I can take my long clamps on here, set it down in here, and they're obviously padded so as not to mess up the finish that I've already put in place. I went ahead and finished this ahead of time, knowing that I'm going to put it on there and it's going to be permanent. I didn't want it to be able to be removable. So I'm just going to tighten this up just enough to hold these in place, get them all flushed up where I want them. And that little bit of a washer and spacer that I've got in there is going to give me enough margin to, when I've got these set and not dropping on the floor, which is my in and out now. Right there we are. I may have that just a touch too tight, so let's back that off a little bit. Get these back into place. That's right, spaced in there. I just need these to hold enough just to keep it in place, and then I can get it all adjusted up in a bit. Get this one on there as well. And then before I lock that into place, what I'm going to do to hold these all nice and flush is I've taken a nice straight edge piece of wood. I'm going to set it on here. I'm going to clamp that into place so as to keep this board all nice and flush on this face. Pulling that into place. I want all the outside surfaces of these aprons to be in one plane and nice and straight. That's why I'm pulling all this into play here with these clamps. And that'll also help keep that spacing in order between the drawer faces and the rest of the apron. Just an old trick to keep the faces nice and flush, so when I end up ultimately putting the rest of it into place and locking them down permanent, I want this all to line up really, really well. That's why we're doing it this way. Come on, cooperation is mandatory. There, we've got that where we want it. That's all nice and straight. Now I can pull this together to get my spacing the way I need it. All is good. Let's go back on this other side. We'll loosen this up a touch. We'll do the same thing. Again, I've got a nice straight edge here that I'm going to attach on here. Pull everything to that face with clamps. Again, the whole idea is just to keep this face all nice and flush. Nothing like having enough pinch clamps to get the job done. I'm not putting these on real tight. I just need it to be able to pull everything on this face into a single plane here. There we are. Good there. Now I can govern that gap with this clamp, pulling those up. A little bit of pressure on. I can see that my spacers are doing their job and doing it quite well. And then I've got this main beam that's going to run down through the center of everything here. Being that these aprons have been cut to accommodate the drawer slides, I don't have anything solid running the whole length of this, so I came up with a stringer that's going to go down through the middle that will hold it all into place the way I want it. And I'm going to have to separate this. I'm going to take my spreader clamp on here and pull these aprons apart just a little bit to get that centerpiece to slide in there nice and easy. Get this set up a little further. And I just need to be able to pull that center whole part just a little bit to make my stringer slide in there nice and easy. And of course, when I've got that in there, I'm going to lower it down in there to slide this through. Slide that into place. Just flex that a little bit. Of course, coming in at the angle that that's at, it doesn't want to sit there as easy as I would like it to. So we're going to pick this end up a little bit just to allow that to sit down into this end. Thus the challenge of having this be fixed enough to where the okay, this is going to not cooperate until I lay that down. Now we're cooperating. I needed to pull this one apart just a little bit to get that to slide down in there. And where did I go with my slap wrench? Can't see it. Now I can take this spreader off. Walk everything into our center. So everything is lined up here real nice with our guide board there. And pull this up, just a little bit of tension to it to get our spacing on all of those correct. Then it's just a matter of centering this everywhere that I want it to be centered on. There's the old slap wrench. And the key here is I've got to get all these angles squared away in there. And then I'm going to pull all the legs down to get it in the ballpark, getting my spacing side to side. Nice and even like that. My end spacing. And what I'm doing here is I'm just getting my legs spaced onto the top here, because ultimately I've got pocket screws going into all of this that will hold the top in place. And the base is going to be fixed, but the legs will be removable. I'll lock this in place before I put those pocket screws into all of it. I'm right at an inch there. 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 That's what I wanted for my margin all the way around. I want an inch on everything. And I can usually do most of that by feel, but we'll confirm it. There's an inch, and right there is an inch. And I'm pulling the legs down, and the legs are obviously attached to my end stringers, and the first part of my stringer and my apron on the other side. Right there I'm at an inch. Right there I'm a little off an inch. So we're going to take a soft-headed slap wrench. I'm just going to give that enough of a smack to make it move about that much. Right at an inch. Clear down close to an inch there. We're good there. We're confirmed there. So we've got our legs all spaced exactly where we want them to be. Confirming here again. Inch. Here we're at an inch. There we're at an inch. So our legs are spaced exactly where we want them to be. So we're going to snug that up a little bit to hold those into place. We've got all of our spacing along here is good because we've got our washers in there. We got that leg down nice and tight. That leg's down nice and tight. Again, our spacing is all real good. What I want to do from there is I want to get my centerpiece here squared up. Boy, we're real good and square there. We're real good and square there. So I'm very happy with how that's coming out. Let's check it from this side too, because I want to have this side squared up down there as well. Let's get this one back to cooperating. I want to get these perfectly parallel across there. Lock those to our center. And then I can check this for square as well. We're a little bit off there. That gets us nice and square with that one. We're nice and square there. And I've got to have these squared up really well because I'm going to be putting drawers into each of these compartments, and they need to be square so that drawer will slide in there and work real well. Well, we are right on the money there. We will tolerate that all day long. Now I'm going to put some tension across this angle to get these boxes square as well. Let's go with my long clamp here. I'm going to put a little tension across that seam. And what I'm looking to do here is I'm just looking to tighten this up on this center beam here. And then we'll check this for square. Well, that one is right on the money. This one needs to come up just a touch. That's right on the money. That is right on the money. Check that one again. That one's right on the money there. Then I can tighten this up, and that will keep these lined up on there and keep those from moving at all. All of this just to get pocket screws into this so it all stay nice and perfectly square. Okay, we're going to have to go up here a little bit. We've squared everything up. We know that we're all square. And at this point, we can go ahead and start putting our pocket screws into all of these aprons and center beam pieces to make sure everything is going to show up nice and perfectly square the way we want it. So let me slide over here, grab my driver with my 1 1/4 pocket screws. And we got a bunch of them here. We're just going to go around this and start attaching all the apron components into their center beam and the bottom of our tabletop. And I need to get a longer driver. That's a little tight with my wrench. That's we're just going to go down here and grab a different bit from my driver, put these into place. Yes, I did check for the length of my screws going into those aprons to make sure I do not come out the front of the top of our tabletop. Sometimes what I do when they're going to be close is I'll take the bit for this and I'll roll the collar down a little bit to make the pocket hole screw hole a little bit shallower, to eliminate that possibility of it's ever going through the top. Because there is nothing worse than putting a pocket screw in place only to have it come through the surface on the top of the piece and have to go ahead and fix something like that. But we've had to fix a few things in the past. There we are. Now am I going to be able to squeeze into this one? No, we'll have to do that later on. Again, the whole objective here is this piece needs to be fixed in terms of the base attached to the bottom of the table. And then I need to be able to take the legs off and flat pack this for it to be shipped. You'll recall that this is all made out of solid walnut that a friend of mine had on their farm about 30 miles from me. And they have moved across the country to California, and they want this table to go there. And being that I'm on the East Coast and they're on the West Coast, I'm not going to drive it there. I'm going to be able to pull the legs off of this, flat pack it, and I'm going to build a pretty big elaborate case for it to go in. And then it's going to go on a tractor trailer ride all the way across the United States. Quite the adventure for it. And we got screws in there. That gives us everything except the little ones that have got to go into that spot. So what I need to do is get an extension for that. So let's come over here to the far end of the workbench and get 2 extensions just in case we need more than one. We'll be able to go like this. Then I can come in here and I can reach that screw from a distance. Lock this center rail into place. Let's get a second one in there. Let's go. Cooperation, as I said, is mandatory. There we go. We can pop that back out. Go back to our regular bit and continue to screw these pieces into place. Awful lot of pocket screws into this piece, but that's what's going to hold it together. And some people might ask the question about wood movement. There's enough margin in these pocket screw holes to where if there's expansion across the grain here, it will allow that to move to some degree. To keep it pretty stable. And we'll just make our way around this and put all these screws in. There we go. Back down on this side. Let's take these with us just in case. Attachment, attachment, attachment. All we're doing is just going all the way around this and attaching it with all of our pocket screws. Get it snugly held in place so that when I take all these clamps off, I don't want it to move. Looks like we're going to have enough of these 1¼ coarse pocket screws to go around and hold it all together. And obviously we've got the clamps on everything, holding it together and applying pressure where it needs to be so I don't have the screws pulling anything up and pulling it together. The clamps have done all that. And let's see here. That'll get that into place. And here in just a second, what I'll show you is taking all these clamps off and what it's going to look like without all these million clamps on it. There is certainly an advantage to having a large supply of clamps because, as you can see, we've needed a good number to pull this all together. So what have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Looks like 22 clamps. That's a pretty good number for a project like this. The record I did on the number of clamps for a project was 56, all in one piece to glue up one piece. Made for a whole lot of clamps. So it's a good thing I have lots of clamps. And anytime I get the opportunity to help somebody sell their tools, or somebody passes away and leaves a shop and needs to dispose of it, one of the things I normally do is make it a point to acquire a lot of the clamps. So I'll always have bunches of clamps around. You cannot have too many clamps. I do not believe that you can anyway. Let's see what we've got going on in here. Got some here. The last couple. We'll get these in place and then we'll start tearing the clamps off. Come on. Like I've said a million times, cooperation is mandatory. You will go together and you will like it. Like it or not. There we are, locked down. Took forever to drill all these holes and get all this lined up. I'm going to make one solid table. And the next part of this project is I'm going to go ahead and dovetail the 4 drawers together to make those all work. Obviously, we'll show you how that's done here shortly. And finally, last screw in the table base. There we are. We have our table base all screwed together with pocket screws. We can start taking the clamps off. And I think I'll show you how these leg attachments are going to work, so you can see what that looks like. Take our straight edge of the equation, get our leg clamps off. Everything is real solid. There's nothing moving around anywhere on here. The only thing that's going to be loose at all are the drawer fronts. I'm going to put soft close drawer slides on all of this. Those will line up really nice, and they should stay in there fairly tight by virtue of the fact that I've got the spacers in there occupying the space between the aprons and the drawer faces. Nothing moved there. We like that. There we go. We've got our base all together and all nice and solid. Now, when it comes to taking these legs off, the way I did this is I've got these corner brackets fixed solid into the corner on each side. And then I've got threaded inserts into the leg itself. All I've got to do to flat pack this is take the bolt out, leg comes off. Real easy. I did a mitered edge here. I put the threaded inserts into place. When it arrives at home, it's going to be a matter of lining that all up, tightening those bolts again. Everything will line up and be nice and solid. Real simple way to do that. It took a while to get all the figuring done on that to get them lined up, but they're all drilled on the fixture, so they're all exactly the same. The inserts are all exactly the same, so it really doesn't matter which corner you put a leg on. They're all going to line up perfectly well. And then when it comes to these drawer faces, all I do is pop these out, pop my spacers off, and then they'll sit right in there once I get my drawers made. These drawer faces will sit on there, and there's just maybe a 1/16 of an inch on each side of each drawer face to sit in there. So that'll give me space enough to make some adjustments for how they're going to fit into those slots. Just like that. And they're going to be even all the way around because the spacers were the same all the way around. And like we talked about earlier, this apron was one solid piece, and then I just simply cut out for the drawer fronts. So when these get finished, you'll see the grain pattern runs through it just like it's always supposed to be, as if it's one solid piece. And then if I grab my tape back here, easier to get a measurement here. I've got a drawer face that's 16 and 7, and right there we're 16 and 7. Right there we're 16 and 3/8, and right there we're 16 and 7. So we're off square by just not even a 16th, maybe a 37nd at the most. So when I go to make those drawers, I'll be able to make them pretty much all the same size and they'll fit in there. So that is how we assembled our drawer or our table base. It's all nice and solid. None of this is going anywhere at all. Next thing I'm going to do is we're going to get on to making the dovetail drawers that are going to go in this. And I've got soft close drawer slides that'll go on. At this point, I've got my base all done for the table. And one of the cool things about it is on the longer side of the aprons and all, we're going to put 2 pull-out drawers in each side so they can store silverware and placemats and all that stuff into it. So today what I'm going to do is go through how to make a dovetail drawer. I've got my sides and my front and backs all cut and processed down to 17 inches long on one and 15 and 3/8 on the other. They're about 5/8 of an inch thick, about 3 1/4 inches tall. And what I'm going to do is show you how to put those in to this fixed finger dovetail jig that I really like and that I use a lot. Works really well. So give us a second and we'll get set up on this side of it so you can see exactly what we're going to do with this. And so as you can see, I've got the side piece that I'm going to use for my drawer here. This is the one that gets the actual tails of the dovetails. And this jig being fixed finger as it is, what I've done here is I've taken a piece of the corresponding side of it. I've set it up here. I've marked below so I know the depth of my cut here as indicated by the line that we've got on our piece. And what I've had to do is I've taken my measuring device here and I have set the fingers on the block perfectly centered on both sides so I can go in here and I can measure and I can see that I've got a consistent measure there. I've got a consistent measure there, so I know my piece is going to be perfectly centered. And with this particular jig, I can lock it into place here. And then being that I've got 4 drawers to make, I want to be able to repeat these cuts without having to measure and mark every single one. So I like to put a clamp up on my piece here. You can see that I've pulled it up nice and tight here. I've got my stop on here. And the thing with this I like about this jig is, one, the fingers are fixed, so I don't have to do a whole lot of adjusting to it at all. And I can do tails on one side, I can do my pins on the opposite side, so I'll show you how to do those as well. I've got that locked in place. And what I'm going to do here is I've got my bearing bit here set up. And I'm going to go into here and I can look and I can see that my bit just about comes down to the line that I've got there. Or not completely where it needs to be. So I'm going to loosen this up. And that line that I made across there represents the depth of the piece that's going to correspond to this. So I want to get that bit such that it's right down on that line. I want it to just barely touch that line so it keeps our depth of our cut where I need it to be. Come on. Cooperation is mandatory, as I always say. So that is right to that line. I'm going to lock it in there and call that a good mark. And then what I'll do is, once I get this ready to go, I'll come in and I'll start off to the side. One of the things that's really important about this type of fixture is do not be standing here in front of the router operating it this way. Get off to the side with your body. And the reason that I know that's important is, as you can see on the one tip here, I tipped the router one time away and I didn't set it off the way I should have. And the bit caught that edge of that and it took a piece of that carbide right off of the face of that dovetail bit. And it sent it right out through that sliding glass door that I have in the shop here. So had I been standing in front of it, it would have gone through me instead. I would much rather it went through the window, or even preferably not having it come off of there. So what I'm going to do is I've got this locked into place. We're going to turn this on real quick after I grab my ears. Always want to protect those ears. Got my eyes protected and ready to go. I'm going to set this in here. And again, like I said earlier, I always stand off to the side. I don't want to be directly in the path of this in case something comes apart and all. And what we'll do is we'll start this. The bearing happens to match the teeth here. So we're just going to go in and out 3 times. And then once I get it done, then I'll turn the switch off. I'll hold it up here until the blade comes to a complete stop. And then I'll show you how we turn this over to get the other end of it done. So here we go. Nice and easy in there. All right. There, got my 2 tails cut. And hold this in place until it stops. Then we'll turn it away from us and set it down. Now what I can do is I can release the 2 clamps that I've got on here. Take this whole fixture and move it off to the side. And I can take this piece out of my clamp. And I can simply turn it over this way to get my next cut in there. Actually, with this one, I want to turn it this way so that my stop is always on the same side, so my margins will end up being the same on both of those. Here, what I'm going to show you is cutting this initial set of dovetails on one end of it, then we're going to turn this over. And the reason that we turn it this way as opposed to this way is I want the same side of my board to be up against the stop. So if there's any margin left or right that happens to be a little long, it'll at least be consistent in there. So we always turn the tails face to face. When we start to do the pins, then we turn them another way, but we'll get into that momentarily. So I want to show you this one. Again, we're setting up on here. We're off to the side. We're going to fire this up, make our cut. I'm going to turn this off, hold my hand on this side, hold it down onto the fixture. I put my hand up here to turn it off. I leave it up there until the bit comes to a complete stop. What I don't want to do is I don't want to risk having my hand up here, coming back down here to grab this. And what happens if I slip and come underneath that when that blade's moving? I'm not going to deal with that. So we just let it sit there. It's one of those things where it'll teach you a little patience in the shop. You know, as I always say, if you don't learn to be patient in the shop, you will become the patient in the shop. We're going to turn this over end for end, lock it back into our leg vise, put our fixture up on here, pull it over tight to the stop, and we're going to put our clamps in place. Hold that in place. Now we're ready to cut the opposite end of that side of our drawer. And we're set up on our drawer here. We're turning this on. We have to come back and grab that handle, run it through nice and slow. And we always tip our router away from us bitwise. Remove our clamps. Take our piece out of our vise. And away we go. We've got nice dovetails cut on what will be the sides of our drawers going in and out. Nice and even. One of the things that I have done in the past and could do is a lot of times you'll get a little bit of chip out on the inside of your piece. What I have found is if I would take blue painter's tape and tape this across to support those fibers, I get less of that, but it's not really much of an issue. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of these cut, and then we'll come back and I'll show you how to do the pins that go in the other side, basically with just the opposite side of the same fixed finger jig. And there we have the last cut on our tails for our dovetail joint. And they all came out real nice. Now what we've got to do is we've got to switch over to the pin side of our piece. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this router out of the equation, because I've got a different router set up for our pins. This one is set up to cut tails, the other one is set up to cut our pins. The old rubber band trick again to hold our cord into place. Let's get our pins over here. Now what I've got to do is I've got to switch to the other side of our jig to cut our tails with. So we're going to take our clamps and just switch them over to the other side that has our ability to cut our pins. We'll set those in there, and this is going to be the pins part of it. We've got our tails all cut here, so we're going to cut our pins. So what we've got to do is we've got to mark the end of our pin boards to go into here. So we're going to set this into our leg vise, and I'm going to set that about as high as this really cool plane here, and I'll show you why we're going to do that in a second. Get this all set down in here, so I want that nice and even with the top of our plane. And all this is going to do is serve as a way to hold our tailboard onto our pin board, so we can line up our ends here. We're going to get our marking knife out. We're going to mark those tails so we can set our pin cutter up in our jig. All I'm doing is making sure I've got our depth here. Our sides are nice and close. I'm just simply going to take this in there and mark where all those pins need to be cut. This is basically just using our tails as our guide for our pins. A flat bladed marking knife gets in there and does that real well. And you won't be able to see that, but there's marks in each of those. We'll get our cool little 709 back out of the way. Get this out of the way. Now again, using our pins as our template, what I'll be able to do is set our fixture on top of here, and these pins can now line up with each of those marks that we just made to get our spacing just right on the money. And we're really good there. We're spaced real well in there. I like that real well. I'll lock these down with our clamps. And then we'll move our stop over here. So again, we can get repetitive cuts real easy by just loosening up our clamp and sliding our stop into place. We'll do that. We'll get that clamped in where we want it. Just like that. And again, the whole reason behind the stop is so that every time we put our fixture back onto our board, we can have consistency in our cut there. And to set the depth of the cut on this particular one, I'm going to put a board across the top here. And with this being the thickness of our pieces that are going to go onto this, I can simply lower my cutter head down until it touches, just barely touches the top of our piece. So I'm lowering the cutter down until my cutter just touches the top of the piece that will be our pins there. And when that just barely touches, they will know we're set right. I want that just to barely touch. We'll lock that into place. Look at it one more time to see that we're just barely touching that. That'll give us our depth of cut. And we've got our first piece here. We've got our router held here. Let me grab my cord. Something else that's always a good habit is when you're plugging your router in, let me get my extension off of my tripod here. When you're going to plug your router in, hold it down on your bench so that if there, for some reason the switch happens to be in an on position, it won't go dancing across your tabletop or your bench top. There, we're good there. We're good here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 pins we need to go past. And with this being a taper opening here, we'll have to come in on one side, go across the back and come out on the other side. So let's put our ears on and do this first one, then we'll test it to see how well it matched up on everything. Again, we're starting off of our piece, held down on the inside. We're going to fire it up, make our cuts. We'll turn the power off and continue to hold it in place till that blade comes to a complete stop. And we're just using the bearing that's on that bit to follow along on this finger. And there's our last one. We're off, we're holding it in place till the blade comes to a complete stop. We're going to always turn our bit away from us before we set it down. We'll pop this off real quick. And we'll get one of our tail sides over here. Slide it on there. Only to realize that we've done a great job because we've got a really nice snug fit there. We'll take that all day long. Now, when it comes to the tails with this particular jig, in order to keep our angle of our pins correct, we can't turn it end for end. We've got to go side to side. That way the taper on our orientation will actually fit up to our tails. If we did it wrong, the angles would be different on different ends of the pin board, and they would not go together. And anybody that says they've never done that while they're in the shop on accident and messed up a piece or two, is lying. Let's cut this nut off. Nice and slow, let that bit do its job. That bit's nice and sharp, it's going through that walnut like there's no tomorrow. And that off, hold it in place. Turn that bit away from us, set it aside. There we have our first set of pins, all cut and ready to go. We've got a real nice fit there. We get a little bit of glue in there. That's going to come up real nice and tight. We might be a little shallow on the end there, but that's okay. We can deal with that. It's real nice. So right there is how we cut pins and tails. I'm going to finish cutting the rest of these. And then I'll show you how to cut the groove in the bottom to accept the bottom of our drawer. And after that, we'll be gluing the drawers together. We did the tails and the pins on our boxes, and then I took them over to the table saw and I ran dado in there to hold our bottom. So now I've got to cut those bottoms to size. So how am I going to arrive at what those need to be? It's real simple. I'm going to take my inside dimension here, which is 15 5/8. Take my other dimension here, is going to be 14 1/8. And then if I look at the depth of the cut that I just made, those are basically 3/16 of an inch. So I'm going to add a 1/4 inch to each of these. So I'm going to have 15 3/8 in one dimension, and I'm going to have 14 3/8 in another dimension. So I'll go over to the table saw and we'll cut those to the right dimensions, and then of course we'll dry fit them. Then I'll come back and I'll show you how we're going to sand the insides of the door first. We've got to do that before we get into assembly, just because it's exceedingly difficult to do that after they're assembled. And we'll schedule our top together, and then we'll show you how to do a glue up. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go and cut the bottoms to size on these and have those prepared. We'll be back to be sanding in just a minute. We've got our bottoms for our drawers all cut to size. And what I'm going to do now is show you how we're going to, sand these down, because it's impossible to sand the insides once they've been assembled together. So we're going to sand them down with, I've got my random orbit disc with some 120 grit sandpaper on it. That'll be more than enough for the insides of these boxes. I've obviously got my glue brush, my glue glue block. Had a temporary brain fart. A little mount put together with a couple clamps. So just hang tight. I'm going to sand these down real quick just to get the insides cleaned up before we go to full-on assembly. Grab the next one up here. Good thing about sanding these for 120 is it doesn't take very long to do. The good thing about sanding is get good sandpaper. I have been a big fan of Klingspor for a long time. It cuts real well, it lasts real well, it does a great job. And a good random orbit disc sander, it just makes it so much easier to do when you've got good equipment to do it with. The bottom piece here, we'll do both sides real quick, just because again, it's easier to do it when it's apart than when it's together. Just sort of slide into the potatoes a little easier. I'm going to hit this other side real quick. And that's all it takes to get these sanded satisfactorily. We got that set up. I'm going to get my sides and my ends laid out where I want them to be. So they'll be there like that. Now the biggest key to success in gluing these up is I'm only going to put glue on the fingers going in, the pins, and what I want to do is, knowing that this is going to be my inside, I'm going to run my glue on the outside here, and I'm only going to take that glue up to about, and I don't know if you'll see that or not, but we're going to try anyway, about 2/3 of this dimension. I'm going to brush it on with my brush as I always do, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to get so much glue in there that it squeezes out onto the inside of our drawer, because that's difficult to sand at best once they get put together. So we're going to get a little bit of the glue squeezed out here on a glue block. Have it ready to go. And I'm just going to start at this end, and I'm going to put that glue in there, like I said, about 2/3 of the way to the inside. If it squeezes out on the outside, I couldn't care less, because that's able to be sanded. The inside is difficult to do, so I'm going to get that onto the pins and onto the faces in there. Real easy, just like that. And maybe you can see that, but it's only coming in about 2/3 of the way. I'm going to go to my other side and do exactly the same thing. The outside 1/3 of it, or 2/3 rather. And I'm being sort of liberal with the glue, but like I said, I don't care if it squeezes out to the outside. I do not want it squeezing out to the inside to get that joint in there. On the inside covered with glue is something I do not want to do. I don't want to have to go in there and have to scrape it out later on. So if I use my brush and my glue block, I can essentially determine where my glue is going to end up. And that's all I need to do is put it on those outside sections like this. And then when it comes time to assemble, I'm going to put my bottom end to my one side first. Get that into place. Get this one down there and into place. And then I can put my other side piece on. There, I've got my box glued up pretty good. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clamp it together here in the center, pulling from both ways just to pull that in nice and tight. And then I'm going to take out my, and I can see I'm already not square, but we're right at 23 1/8 that way. And a whole lot less than that from that direction. So let's loosen these up. Square this up. Right there's 23. Right there's a little less than 23, so let's push it in like this. 23. And there's a little less. Get our clamps on there and pull it all up nice and snug like that. I want to get this as straight as I can. We're at about 22 7/8 there, and we're at 22 7/8 there, so we are genuine square there by the tape measure. You can grab a square off the bench here and slide that in there, and boy, we're just right on the money. If it's off at all, it's just ever so slightly. So we are good there. We got good squeeze out on our glue on our joints all the way around. Very good. And that's all we need to do to clamp that up and get it ready to go. All I've ever found is that the 2 clamps across there like that are more than enough to keep this in place. Those dovetails were not as tight as they could be, but they were pretty close contenders for squeezy tight, so we'll take it, and that's good enough. So right there, we've got our drawer boxes all glued up. I've got 3 more to go. I'll do those. These are the dovetail drawers that are going to go in our table. So on our long access, our aprons are going to have 2 drawers on each side. Dovetail these together. They came out real good. One thing I've noticed is my dovetails have to have been off by just a touch on the one side, so I've got a little bit of a lip on the face of our drawer here to the side. So I want to take that down, and the easiest way that I have found to do that, and the way I was taught to do, is I take my jointer plane, my good old Stanley number 7, and I'm going to run that along here. What I want to be able to do is I want to be able to span the dimensions of the drawer so I can make sure I keep everything nice and flat. So I'm going to do it like this. I'm using the side of my drawer here and the other side back here to get that to come in there nice and easy like that. That takes care of almost all of that. Wonder if I come back this way, it might be a little easier to get it a little straighter, a little flatter across there. That gets us nice and flat and nice and straight across there. And the unfortunate part about squirrely walnut is some of this I'm going with the grain, some of it I'm going against. So I'll have to come back up there and straighten that out a little bit with my smoothing plane in a little bit. We've got a little bit of a lip here. I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Get that nice and flat and smooth like that. And there we go. Takes care of that one. Let's turn this around in our vise here and do one of those other angles as well. Again, the whole idea with the long jointer plane is I've got a long enough span there where I can control how flat my piece is going to stay. By coming in here, getting that nice and flush. And it might look like I'm taking off a lot here, but literally these shavings on this are down to the neighborhood of maybe a couple thousandths of an inch thick at the most. It's dialed in pretty tight. There we go. We'll do a little bit on this side as well. And there we have our surface is nice and flush on the top all the way around. We're going to be nice and flat. And there we go. that's how we're going to take our drawer here and make sure that all of our surfaces are nice and flush. And the way we can test that is set it here on the bench. And boy, that is really nice and tight on there. It's down nice and flat. So we're in good shape. I'm going to do the other one. Then we're going to get on to sanding these real quick, clean them up a little bit, and have them ready for the process of adding the hinges. Now I'm going to get to how we're going to mount this into our drawer slides and put it on the bottom of our table. So let's go over here to the table itself. And these are side mounted, soft close drawer slides. And real simple, what I did is I just took a 3/4 inch piece of plywood here as my spacer, because I want all my drawers obviously and the slides to be consistent with how they're mounted. So I set that down as my spacer, and then I took my drawer slide here, set it on that spacer, and I've got the end of it here coming right up to the inside of the face of the apron here, because the way we did the drawers is this missing section here is actually the drawer front. So it's all one continuous piece. The grain pattern is going to be revealed through the whole thing. It'll be consistent. So what I did is I set this end, because this is basically going to be the backstrap to the drawer face, so it'll keep it from going in any further. But we set it on our spacer block here. We pre-drilled a couple of holes and slid it right in there, so they're going to be consistent throughout each one of our drawers. Easiest way to put those on there. Then we've got to get the side that is the component that goes onto the drawer itself figured out. So what I did is I set my drawer in here, and knowing that I wanted it to be up off of the bottom of our table by about 1/8 of an inch, what I did is I figured out how far from that this edge of our drawer side needed to be off of the top of our drawer. That gave me my spacing for where this needs to go on the side of our drawer right over here. So what I've done there is I made another spacer, and I was able to put that down onto my bench just like this, set that spacer in there, and I take this, and I've got it on the wrong side, don't I?
No, you're right. But
Yeah, we're right.
You did this before you put your faces?
I did this, yeah, I did this before I put the face of the drawer on. So I've got my spacer here. I set it down on there, and then of course I had a spare piece on the front here because I wanted the front of the drawer slide to come right up to the back of the drawer face. So I set that in place, and obviously I clamped this down with a clamp, and then I went in and just pre-drilled them, set them on there. And again, what this did is it took the bottom of my drawer and it elevated it about 1/8 of an inch off of the bottom of the table itself. So I've got margin between the bottom of my drawer and the bottom of my table. I set that in, I screwed it in place, and we can do the other side over here. We just literally put our spacer in there.
And it looks flush while it's sitting on the table because it's not hung on the...
Yeah, it's not hanging on it, and
it's also upside down right now.
Yeah, and it's upside down, and I've got the face of my drawer hanging out over the edge of my bench, so it's not to be interfering with that. So that sets in there like that. Let me step back over here and grab our slide that goes on there. We'll take that out real quick. Set that in there just like that. And then when I attach that, pre-drilled it and attached it. Here's a helpful little hint too. Get a magnet and put it into your screwdriver drawer in your tool chest, and then run that magnet up and down over your bits periodically, and it'll magnetize them and hold those in place. So it just makes it a ton easier to put those screws into place. Just like that's all there is to it. And of course everything is going to be parallel because my spacer is nice and straight, and my bench is nice and straight, and it's all supported by that spacer. And there we have our drawer slides installed. Let's go put this drawer right back in here. And these are pretty cool. This little channel Fits right into the channel here.
What are the different adjustments you have on here?
Well, the adjustments are pretty minimal on these, fortunately. You can, and you'll see I put the front one up here. There's a slot that goes up and down. If I need to adjust that up on the slider a little bit, I can do that. And I can also do it on the back one here. So if I need to elevate this or change the elevation, I can. And that's about all it takes to really adjust them. And that's why you use the spacers, and you use them the same way on all of the drawers, because there shouldn't need to be any real adjustment to them. Lock that in place like that. And right there, you've got our soft closed drawer. And that 1/8 of an inch of margin that we looked at earlier, wanting to have between the top, what will be the top of our drawer, and the bottom of our table here, we've got about, well, we've got a strong 1/8 in there, maybe 3/16 margin, and that's good. And then when it came time to mounting the actual drawer faces themselves, that was pretty easy. I just literally glued them. And what I did is I set those in place where I wanted it to be. Took my long F-clamps here and set them on there. And I set my margins side to side, both sides of my drawer face, so they're nice and consistent. And I set the drawer face itself right down on the base of my table, mostly because I wanted this junction here to be nice and flat. And then I simply put the glue into place, locked them down, let it sit there. Now when I get this all out of there and done, and you can see they're all glued up, ready to go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this drawer out. I'm going to take my hand plane and I'm just going to clean this face off here a little bit, just to give us a touch of margin between the drawer face and the bottom of my table, so I won't get any friction anywhere in there at all. So I'm literally going to just hand plane off a couple thousandths of an inch there, because the rest of these aprons are all tied down nice and tight to the bottom of our table. So it's going to look real nice. Once I get it in there, obviously we'll get the finish on these. And this was one piece of wood to start out with. So I've attached all of the aprons where they need to be attached. And this is obviously removable because of the door. But the thing that's cool is that grain pattern runs through the whole thing.
That's awesome.
So it'll look like it's the way to do it. It's just the way to do it right.
So Tim, I have a question for you. I know you're not done finishing this table, but for our viewers with this walnut, what is done here versus here?
This has got our finish on it, which was a sprayed on catalyzed lacquer. It's got 4 or 5 coats on there, sanded between them. And this is just raw walnut.
Sanding between coats?
Yeah, sanding between coats with a 400 grit lubricated sandpaper, sometimes called stearated.
So left versus right. Right is what the finished product
product's going to look like. This one is raw yet. So what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll sand this one last time, just to get rid of all the marks from touching it and working on it and all that. And then we'll get a finish put onto that and put it back together. And literally this table with its 4 cool drawers and removable legs is going to be just about done.
When this project started, was there supposed to be drawers, or was that a later addition?
Yeah, that was kind of a later addition. It wasn't part of the first conversation, but it came up into the mix. And ultimately, where this is going, they have a small kitchen environment, so they needed as much storage as they could get. So silverware will go in here, placemats will go in here, napkins, things like that will go into these drawers. So it's really a good use of space. So we made the apron a little wider than I typically would. I believe this one is 4 inches wide. I would normally have made that 3, maybe 3.5. So utilizing that space was a good thing. And the next cool thing about it is the legs are detachable. So people can take the legs off of it for moving. And ultimately this is going to be flat packed and shipped. This is going all the way to California, guys. It's going from one coast of our great country to the other. So to ease the packing and shipping process, I've made the legs, designed that attachment point to where the legs are removable, which is pretty cool. You literally take a ratchet set, and knock these bolts out of there. There are threaded inserts into the legs and all that. Take them off, and this whole thing packs down to 5 inches tall.
This is all one tree.
This is all out of one tree. The only thing that's not out of that same tree was the plywood that we used for the bottom of the drawers. Other than that, every bit of this came out of one single tree.
Which should be in the next 2 weeks or so. We can show everyone the final product.
Final product, yeah. And then I'm probably going to make a couple benches to sit underneath it. Just because a neat table like this needs benches.
Are we going to be able to make it out of the same wood as well?
It will not come out of the same tree because literally we used every bit of walnut that we had to get this tree or get this table made out of that one tree. Every little bit of it, other than a few cut off scraps. If you looked at our total leftover walnut from that tree project, maybe, and the rest of it literally just cut off scraps, there might be 3 pieces this size left out of that tree. Again, this all came out of a barn that had been sitting in the top of a horse barn for 30 years since it came off of the property that it grew on, and that's all there is left of it. Great project, but that's how our drawer slides work, and they will be nice and smooth and will last a lifetime. This certainly is a beautiful dining room table. It has come an awful long ways. As you'll recall, 8 months ago, this started out as a walnut tree that had been harvested 30 years prior and placed in the top of a horse barn. So we went out and we dug all this material out of the top of that horse barn to make this table with. So everything you see on this table, literally other than the drawer slides in the drawers and bolts that hold the legs on in the center, came from one tree in one yard. Normally when I make stuff, the lumber comes from a lumber yard. In this project, it came from the backyard. And the family that wanted it done had this lumber milled, like I said, 30 years ago, and then came to me and asked me if I could make a table out of it. So this is the final finished product. One big table with beautiful drawers, and 100% of it, other than, like I said, the metal and incidentals like the drawer bottoms, all came out of one tree. So let's give you a tour of this. Real rustic. Nice walnut, and we didn't have a whole lot of it, so we had to be pretty sparing with what we did out of it. And literally, out of the pile of walnut that we had, we used all but enough to maybe make a small cutting board. The rest of it all got utilized. We glued up pieces for the legs. We glued up the pieces for the top here. Even going so far as to when we made the aprons on here, if you'll notice this, the grain patterns all run straight right on through it because this whole apron was one piece of lumber. And then what we did is we split out pieces by literally taking a 16th here and a 16th out of it there to make the drawer faces on it. So the drawer faces all match grain-wise. So there are 4 drawers in it, 2 on each side. So they can put silverware in there, placemats, what have you. Size-wise, we knew basically the ballpark of what the room was going to be, where this was going to go. So that determined a little bit of the size. But just as much as anything, the available material predicted what the size was going to have to be because we only had so much to utilize. So that was a little bit of a limiting factor, but it's going to fit really well into the room. We had one piece out of that whole tree that was about 4.5 inches square when it had been milled. And that worked perfect because it was just long enough for us to get the legs all out of one solid piece. That one chunk of walnut made the legs and all that. We put a taper on there, so they're what's called a 2-insided taper. So both the inside faces of the legs are actually tapered, so it's 1 inch narrower at the bottom than it is on the top. The ends here, the aprons and all this, those are all put together with dominoes, a festival domino joiner. So we've got 2 dominoes in each of the legs here, attaching the aprons on. They wanted it to be a soft edge on there, so we put about a 1/4 inch radius on all the edges, aprons as well. And again, the legs are the same thing. So we've got a uniformity and repetition of form to keep there a little bit more symmetry and consistency with it there. Beautiful, nice long table. Then the one thing that I don't know if we'll show or not, but these legs are removable. So what I did is we've got metal braces across the corners, and the legs are removable because this is going to get flat packed and shipped to the other side of the country. This is actually going to California. So we had to, in part of the design consideration, we had to be able to get this compressed into a package that was shippable. So we did that. And then, of course, we made benches to match. Benches are basically 1 inch shorter than the inside dimension of the legs. So when not in use, they can slide up right underneath the table. And like I said here, we've got 4 drawers, 2 on each side. Soft closed drawer slides on them. Work really, really well. It's got a really nice heavy duty catalyzed lacquer finish that's been put on it. So it's going to be real, real durable. And being all solid walnut like that, this is major league heavy. So like I told the family that's going to get this, and they were here visiting a couple weeks ago to see their table and see where it was produced. They came in from California to see it. The parents of the father of the family live about 40 miles east of me. That's where the farm was. That's where he grew up. And that's in part why he wanted this table made out of something from that property. So wherever he goes in his travels of the world to live, he can have something from home with him at all times. So they came to visit and just absolutely loved it. Took a picture of their little baby sitting on top of it and mom and dad sitting behind it. All pretty neat, but it's getting ready to get flat packed and shipped off to California. A very beautiful heirloom piece of furniture. And one of the comments that I made to them when they had their little baby sitting up on the bench here was that one day that little child is going to grow up and have children of her own, and her children are going to sit on that table the same way she did. And she's 2 years old now. So there's a day going to come when this heirloom piece of furniture will be in that family forever and ever. And that young one that sat on there as an infant is going to be able to look back at that picture and show her children that's mommy sitting on that table, and that's grandma and grandpa standing behind it. So it's pretty neat. It's a neat thing to do when you get to create a piece of heirloom furniture that has a history and a story, and you know that it's going to long outlive me. And barring earthquakes in California where it's going to go, it'll long outlive them as well. And the great-grandparents of the grandparents of the little baby that was here have seen it and liked it, and it's pretty neat. So there you have our tree to table project in its entirety. Refer back to different aspects of the videos that we'll have out there. You'll be able to see pretty much the entire process of putting this together and laying out the wood and matching it all up and joining it all up. And the joinery in here is just spot on the money. So with that, well, thank you for watching, and thank you for enjoying this project in its entirety. If you would comment on that down below and spread it around a little bit, share it with what you will have seen in this video. If you're a halfway accomplished woodworker, you too could make a table like this. Here's a question that comes up pretty often with our work here in the shop. Do we do custom commission pieces? Yes, this walnut table is a fine example of that. So if there's something in particular that's interesting and challenging, I don't do boring crap. Find our webpage out there at highwheelwoodworks.com and reach out to us, and let's explore the possibilities of what you might like to have made. Us equals me, by the way, and I'm Tim from High Wheel Woodworks. So for those of you that have made it this far, thank you for sticking along with us on this project. It was 8 months worth of a labor of love here in the shop. We've tremendously enjoyed making and enjoyed the process. Any questions about this, or if you'd just like to leave a comment about what you thought about the project, leave them in the comments down below.